Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Test that mic. Sit there, please.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Who's the gopher? Oh, you are. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
No, I don't think it's.
Have we tried anything yet? Amala. Amala.
This is too short, it won't go.
Who are the ushers? Usher 1. Usher 2. Okay. Can I get your spelling of the names? Who's 1? Usher 1. You? How do I spell it? Can you come closer and speak louder, please? Okay, great. And Prabhu? All right. That's how you spell it, okay. There's different spellings. Okay, thanks all. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. You know, the garlands. Have you decided when you're going to give it to Rukmini? Okay. I think maybe after we're doing a little clip first, and then we'll just do our introduction, quick introduction. We'll figure it out. Maybe I'll just do the pranams to Prabhupada, and then right after the pranams. Okay. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Bruce, you can maybe grab the corner chairs, and whenever there's a need. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming on time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. I guess we'll just start with just maintenance business while we're trying to tweak here the technology. Hare Krishna. Thank you for coming. During the session, which is going to go from 10 to 12, if anyone needs to go to the washroom or have a bio break, we do have a washroom on this main floor. You go this way, turn left, and that's the washroom. Alternative washrooms are down that stairs. You'll see the signs. We're also requesting people to be quiet. I don't think there's going to be a problem amongst us. But for people who are coming in, they may start, blah, 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 blah. And so that's why we have 2 ushers who are going to be just controlling that. And anybody who comes for darshan, we can encourage them to just not disturb our situation here, not to come through the back here, but boys, just to go through the front like that, and then ask them to come back. Okay, Hare Krishna. And please, ushers and also gopher people, just be attentive to your service. Please don't just chum with your friend, but take it seriously. Hare Krishna. How are we doing? Oh boy. I was praying we wouldn't have these problems. Okay. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Yeah, sure. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. We'll start with a little Kirtan, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. You have to sit with the. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Someone else play. Someone else play. Someone else play. That's why we're doing this course. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
What is the biggest problem you face as a college student?
Being stressed out about all the things that I have to manage and deal with.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Thank you very much, Hare Krishna. Thank you for coming to the program today. And we'll just do the pranams to Prabhupada. Just repeat after me. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gaura Vani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivas Adi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Welcome to the program today. It's called Conscious Kirtan Workshop. And we have a new GBC member up here. Okay. So Rukmini Devidasi is going to present. And I, Bhakti Marg Swami, will also present. And we also have some follow-up devotees, part of disciplic succession. That's Nirmal over there, who teaches music, and also Devangshi, who also teaches music. Harima. This program, we're all going to participate, but before we get started, and I already mentioned some household keeping things, you know where the washrooms are, okay? And, noise, we won't tolerate it. We have our ushers. We actually have Abhinav, he's our gopher with a microphone going back and forth. And we also have Himangshu, who's usher one. Where are you? Look behind so you can see who he is. But the rotten tomatoes will go in that direction, perhaps. And usher two, where's Om? Om, he's ushering someone. Okay, for this whole program, take notes. We're ready to start our little invocation. And then, okay, you've got some sheets, conscious kirtan guidelines, especially in a temple setting. Keep them, you can fold them. We do recommend you take notes, and it might be nice if you had a notepad. Other than that, you can also use your telephone. Hare Krishna. All right, so are we ready to get started? Hare Krishna. We also have two camera people, Sartak, and also we have Paul's right over here. So if you have, don't be shy, you just pretend like nothing's happening. Okay? Yep.
So
I think just go ahead and do it.
go right
Just-
over, go right
And then
into
we'll
it.
explain it after. They'll get it. They'll understand.
This morning.
Volume.
Too many mornings. Something has gone terribly wrong. Where is faith? Where is celebration? Where is everyone? Still, rather than regret the absence of our neighbors, let us rejoice in the fellowship of those present. Our choir mistress, Sister Mary Lazarus, has informed me that our choir, while always superior, has been toiling especially hard on this week's selection. Sister,
Any thoughts about that presentation? Again, I know it feels weird to do that in front of the deities, but I think you got the comical sense of what was going on. Any quick thoughts about how that presentation was?
Needs some work.
Needs some work. Any thoughts about what needs work? We'll just start getting, you can raise your hand. We have our Abhinav going around. Any thoughts, quick thoughts?
Hare Krishna, I guess coordination.
Huge, right? There was no coordination. Everybody was kind of singing in their own way and hoping that God hears them in some way, shape, or form. Maybe not on key, but yes. Agreed. Coordination. Anybody else? Oh, we have the beach in the front.
Their lines also didn't match the verses. Like some of them were singing, as you said, off key, but even the verses they were singing, they weren't synchronized.
Not at all. There was a lack of harmony for sure, both in what was being sung as well as just not even being on the same page. Any other thoughts, quick thoughts? Yes, Prabhu?
It seems like they were not prepared, or they are not practiced enough.
Absolutely. There was, they may know all the lyrics, but to actually be able to practice and be in harmony with one another, not at all. Yes, please, sorry.
Individual versus one.
Can you explain that a bit further?
Everybody was an individual rather than being coming across as a one group.
Got it. So they were all individual voices as opposed to one voice together. Yes. Debija, did you want to say one more thing? Oh, wait.
Sorry.
So everybody can
Based on their expression, some of them looked like they didn't even want to swing.
Yeah.
Some of them, so.
I don't know if you've noticed. I mean, again, if you're old like myself, you might have seen this film a bit earlier on. It's called Sister Act. And there's one timid actress who has her face like dug into the book, the song book. And if, she could, she would probably not be there. She's very shy herself. And so she was just trying to cover up her face. So no sense of harmony or unity in that. Also, I mean, no one seemed to be enjoying their singing. They panned to like a lot of the people who were sitting in the audience or in the pews, and everybody's face was just, oh wow, that was quite terrible. But of course, they're in the house of God, so they're not going to say anything rude at that time. But yeah, we just thought we'd start off with something a bit startling and a bit different, just to give us a look into what we're hopefully going to speak about and what we're not going to do in the future.
Hare Krishna. Thank you. Welcome to the Conscious Kirtan Workshop. Haribol. Go to the next. Themes. Today's workshop will cover two themes. What would Prabhupada want? And inclusivity. Okay? Those are the two main themes that we'll carry out throughout our presentation. Chai. So we'll ask you, is there a need for standards? Who sets the standards? Why do we chant? Where do we chant? Participant roles and responsibilities. Kirtan content, inclusivity, and conclusion. That's what it's going to be all about for the next little while. Kirtan, is there a need for standards within ISKCON? Let's take a look. This is our conscious Kirtan. So the theme there is about preparedness, being in order and all the things we do. And Kirtan is one area that needs to be that in order for it to be attractive. Okay, let's look at attractive features. Matajis, okay.
Of course, it may not be possible in a temple always, but Harinams do look very beautiful when everybody is decorated nicely, they're lined up appropriately.
Everyone's moving the same kind of uniform. Is there a need for standards? Is there a need for improvement in your center, like here in New Rimunadam? Just to ask you honestly, is there room for improvement? Yes? Great. Please think about what could be implemented. Do you want to?
So we always ask this question, and actually, Marge, if you don't mind, if we could do our disclaimer first about our presentation. Please, Marge.
Go ahead.
Okay. I was going to say that before we do this conscious Kirtan presentation, which Marge has been doing since I think 2011 or maybe even earlier.
Yeah, possible.
And Marge, compiled this himself, and it's gone through many iterations, and it's come to this final product, at least for now. Always room for improvement. But what we like to share with devotees is that when we're hearing this information, it is not so that you can actually, I know we said be a Kirtan cop, but not to police anybody else around. We're trying to reform our own hearts first and how we practice our own Kirtan and develop our bhakti that way or our devotional service that way. So it is not a free pass for you to go up to the next person you see who's singing something or doing something that you may not like in Kirtan and say, hey, Prabhu, guess what? I went to the Kirtan Conscious workshop and I learned something really cool. And let me tell you what it's about. That's not at all our mood. We're really trying to, while we're asking these questions, we really implore every single one of you to ask those questions of yourself. And as you'll see more and more throughout the presentation, there is certainly a focus of Srila Prabhupada and what Srila Prabhupada wanted. So that's what we're trying to establish first. There's obviously room for questioning, and we really encourage you all to ask questions about things that you've heard or seen or practiced in the past, and we really do welcome those questions. But at the same time, we are not here to tell anybody that this is what you should do. As Marge was saying, these are things that we're trying to implement in our center here in New Ramunadam, and best is to always start from home. So this is hopefully home for all of you, and we want to change and improve what's happening here at home before we go out anywhere else.
I'd like to also make another disclaimer. The person who started these workshops is His Holiness Chaitanya Maharaj, and he makes a disclaimer in the beginning. Now, everyone has a favorite Kirtan leader, right? And some of them might be your guru even. And let's say you've got somebody you really adore and they lead Kirtan. And they do a nice job. But sometimes they might go branch off a little bit, go a little off track based on what Prabhupada wanted. So, we hold all respect and reverence to such persons. But our theme, just to reiterate, we're just trying to do what Prabhupada set as standards, okay? And we don't have a monopoly on all of these things, but at least Chaitanya Maharaj spent some time to figure out what it was like in the early days with Prabhupada. We try to copy that as best as you can. It's okay to be creative. It's not a problem. There's room for that. But especially in the temple setting, we want to try to stick to what he wanted. Okay? So why don't we ask the question to you, and we've got our gopher here. Why should Kirtan have standards in the first place? Anybody? Why should we have standards? Should we have standards for puja, deity worship, or should we have standards for cooking or do we take advice from someone else who's got a knack for it and experience? So why should Kirtan have standards? Question. Go. Okay.
We are in sadhana bhakti, and sadhana bhakti requires certain regulations.
Okay.
Standards give us the benchmark and fence rails to not fall off from there.
Okay, beautiful. Next.
Hare Krishna. I also wanted to add, Kirtanam is also a devotional service for the Lord. So when we're doing the service for the Lord, we do have to follow the proper standards because this is a mode of worship as well. So that's one of the reasons.
Good, good. I like that. If you were to want to get your license and you go on the road and you've got a car, the keys of the car, that's your dad's car, whatever, and you just go, have a good time, right? You're, 15 years old. Why not? What do you see? Some pitfalls there, perhaps? Okay. So there's a need to have some standards. You're not, if you're going one direction, go on the right-hand side of the road, at least in this part of the world, and observe the signs and all that, okay? So there's standards for driving, standards for almost anything you do in life. Why not for Kirtan? Instead of doing any old thing. Okay, are any standards for ISKCON Kirtan already established? My question to you. Are there some? Yep.
I guess one very basic one, call and follow.
Yeah, receive and respond, that's right. Yes, those are standards. That is a standard. Any other standards?
I think Prabhupada has mentioned a lot of times about Kirtan, how it should be. So he has set a lot of standards for us.
Yeah, the directives that Prabhupada has given have been recorded. They're documented. He would sometimes speak directly, even give a class on some Kirtan standards, right? And so he would sometimes be a little disturbed if people went a little off track. Okay, so standards are there. Next. Okay, who sets those standards? I think we already got some answers on that one. Put up your hand quickly if you know. Who sets those standards?
Srila Prabhupada?
Yeah, that's a good start. Srila Prabhupada ki. Any other people who set the standards? Yeah, the GBC. There are resolutions established by the GBC based on what Prabhupada gave us. And also there's the parampara, okay, what other acharyas have done in the past. Let's move along because we did lose some time. One of our, yep, go ahead, read.
Within these Vaishnava standards which I have put forward lies the spiritual strength of our movement.
And that's a letter to Sudama in 73.
In this age of Kali, practically everyone is like Jagai and Madhai, but the Sankirtan movement inaugurated by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is still following like a great river, inundating in the entire world.
And that's from the
Srila Prabhupada's
Charitamrita Adilila. Okay. Next.
I'm going to Montreal, and if I find Montreal quite suitable, I shall call you and some other students to assemble there to practice Sankirtan in a systematic way.
Next one.
Of course, chanting Hare Krishna does not require any artificial artistic sense, but still, if the procedure is presented rhythmically, then the people may be attracted more by the transcendental music.
Jai, a letter to Sudama. Jai. It's important to remember, why do we chant? And where are we chanting? Why do we chant anyways? What's the reason? It's kind of like the core of our culture. But we should have some good answers. Why do we chant? Yes. If you could scream it out.
To please the Lord.
Oh yes, very good. Bravo.
Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said this is our Yuga Dharma. In this age of Kali, chanting is the yagya that we do for the Lord.
Very good. Bravo.
Can't be clearer than that.
Anything else? Is there anything in it for me?
Chanting provides us the transcendental sound vibration that connects us straight with Krishna.
Oh, it's a way to connect with Krishna, yes. Okay, and also you mentioned purification. Yeah, so we get purified. Are we doing good? Let's see what else is there. Cheto Darpana Marjanam. You've heard that before, right? Okay, who spoke that? Does anybody? Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, okay. So to cleanse the mirror of the mind, okay. If you chant always, 24 hours without any payment, so it will cleanse. It will cleanse your heart so that you will be able to analyze your position, God's position, the world's position. Then everything will be nicely clear and illuminated. That's from a class Prabhupada gave in New York in '67. Okay. All right.
The dirty things in the heart of a conditioned soul are the root cause of all troubles for him. These dirty things of fruitive work and empiric philosophy can be removed only by association with the Supreme Lord.
Very good, bravo. Chito Darpana Marjanam. This is a famous picture from the devotees in San Francisco. Be sure to forget the rest of the song. That's irrelevant. The importance of chanting today. Okay, I think we got some answers there. Okay. Nirmal?
My dear King, although Kali Yuga is an ocean of faults, there is still one good quality about this age. Simply by chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, one can become free from material bondage and be prompted to the transcendental kingdom. Srimad Bhagavatam 12.3.51 translation.
Jai, thank you. All right. And this is the letter to Vishnu Jan Swami in 1971. Actually, we should give more stress in worshiping the incarnation of sound vibration. But whenever there is possibility of installing deities and strictly following the regulations of worship, we shall do this. But the essential part of our activities is to worship the sound incarnation. Okay? So more important than puja, more important than eating prasadam, I hate to say, chanting is the most important thing for us to do. More importance is given in this direction than any of the other services that we do. And of course, when you're going out on the street, you're also sharing this beautiful sound and encouraging people to come in and participate more. So it's very much about sharing. Okay, now where do we chant? Rukmini, would you like to?
So as Marge just kind of gave us a little hint in there, but of course we're going to talk about mainly when we lead Kirtan here in the temple, but there are other places that we lead Kirtan if you're doing some outreach or doing some other programs. So we'll go over that. And I know it asks here, should different venues have different standards? I think we're alluding to yes. And not that the value or the principle isn't the same, but rather some of the things might change to accommodate those different venues. So the two main Kirtan venues that we're going to speak about, is public and private-ish, right? Because even though technically when we have programs here in the temple, they're a bit private because they're for those people who might, be brave and come in for the Mangalarti, but it's still always open to everybody, right? So it's private-ish. So those kind of look like our public events are the Sunday feast, as you can all attest to, when you can't breathe in the Sunday feast, that it is quite crowded, so it is very much a public event. Our festivals throughout the year, that includes Rath Yatra, Janmashtami, and so on. Harinams, which I don't know if we always get to do so much in Toronto because of the cold, but we do certainly do that. And then any outreach programs, again, when we're trying to invite people from outside, and then private-ish, as I mentioned, morning programs, special classes, house programs, and onwards. Does that make sense so far? Yeah? Okay. And now we'll discuss the differences. Or actually, you know what? Marge, would you like to do that as a question, discussing the differences?
Sure. Is anybody up for giving a little clarification on that? I think it's pretty straightforward. Okay. All right. We'll move along. public versus private kirtan. There's a distinction between street kirtan and temple kirtan. In street chanting, liberties may be taken to make the chanting more attractive to the public, such as additional instrumentation. You can bring your piano, your tuba, you can bring anything along your clarinet, all those things. So the dance choreography might be a little bit different and attractive dress. The same applies to festivals and Sunday feast kirtans. Okay, for regular temple kirtans, however, the need to attract the public is absent. And thus, temple kirtans are stricter when it comes to melodies, instrumentation, and so on. I wanted to point out to you here, Dravida, who's with the BPT and myself, we put this booklet together a few years ago. It was called Harinam Eva Kevalam. I think it's online, and it gives really good directions. Would somebody like to look and see if it's still out there? It's jam-packed with good information. Harinam Eva Kevalam. Nice, attractive front. The only problem is no ladies in there. Okay, should be mixed, right? Okay, it's always a little more attractive. The ladies are in the front, the guys are in the back, but they're there. The men look kind of agitated. I never noticed that.
The Mission Impossible with the glasses and everything.
Yeah, and you know, usually it's the men who do the instrumental work. And I've actually been to Poland and Germany with Indra Swami, and he's got a real nice setup going. And nice if we can get up to that standard someday. Okay, public chanting. Who's next?
A devotee should always be very kind to the general public in instructing Krishna consciousness, because that is the only solution for getting out of the clutches of Maya. That is real humanitarian work.
So kirtan is very important for helping people to cleanse the mirror of the minds. There's a lot of dirtiness there, and it's compacted for many, many lifetimes, as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has indicated in his Shikshastakam. So that's one of the reasons why we go out there, for self-purification and public purification. There's a great need today, especially when you look at some of our political leaders. I'm not going to point at any names because I don't have to. But there's a need for a good cleanser, scrubbing. Okay.
I was also going to add that this quote from Srila Prabhupada always reminds me of Vaisheshika Prabhu when he says, you know, when we go on Sankirtan, that we're ambassadors of goodwill. And this kindness, that a devotee should always be very kind to the general public, it's in that same way. So if you're going out with the intention of being an ambassador of goodwill, it will certainly change the way that you're going to present. There's a bit of softness. If someone is not able to chant along, you might be a bit more generous in that way, or a bit more merciful in that way, to again be able to cleanse not just ourselves but others as well.
Okay, Temple Kirtan. Does that look like one of our kirtans that we have here? What do you think? Anybody? Does it look like one of our kirtans? Oh, yes, yes. We'll get to that point.
Prabhu said in the front that, in case you didn't hear, he was saying that it doesn't necessarily look like our temple because not everybody's dancing like they are depicted in this beautiful painting of Nityananda Prabhu and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
We're getting there. All right, let's move along. Prabhupada specifically described how kirtan should be done in ISKCON temples. Regarding instruments for temple kirtans, kartal and mridanga are sufficient. There was no need of other instruments. And that's a letter to Rupanuga in 75. Okay, and here's another directive. Go ahead. Yeah.
A for Mangal Arti, the Samsara Dava prayer, then Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Panchatattva Mahamantra, and then Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Nothing else.
Jai, very nice. Okay, great. So those of you who attend Mangal Arti at the temple or you have something at home, that's a very important directive, okay? And basically it's composed of three things. We usually open up here with the pranam mantras to Prabhupada because we owe him everything. Then we go to the Sungsara Dava Dalalita Loka. Then the Panchatattva mantra, Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Okay, and then the Maha mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay, there's no need to bring in anything else. Okay, during Prabhupada's time, we didn't, there was no need. He didn't want it, wasn't required to have anything else that goes on. All the many jais and all that. We'll talk about that too a little later
Marge,
on.
could you also comment on the melody also at Mangalarti? Is there a specific melody, or are we allowed to change it, or should we stick to one?
Yeah, I believe that. I'm not sure if it's coming up, to be honest with you. But there's that morning tune. There's a slight variation that Prabhupada also offers sometimes, and we're just suggesting not to deviate from that since he's made it kind of a hard and fast rule. Okay? And the Guru prayer, Shri Guru Charana Padma. And then after that, we chant the Panchatattva mantra and the Maha mantra. No need for anything else. As you may have noticed, sometimes people get a little carried away. So I know a new mantra, and I got to show it off. Okay? And, well, we just don't need that. It's not necessary, okay? You have a little time, so stick to what Mahaprabhu did, which is to chant the Maha mantra. No need for Jai this, Jai that. Although it went on during Prabhupada's time, the main point is to, fixate yourself in the Maha mantra. Now, the sheets that we gave out will indicate that as well, okay? And we will learn what are the mantras that Prabhupada gave us, and we'll also present some of the mantras that he didn't give us, but tend to get a little popularized here and there, okay? Let's read this together for the evening arti together, okay? The Gaur Arti song, Shri Chaitanya Panchatattva Maha Mantra, and Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, nothing else, okay? And usually there's a melody to that. Jayo Jaya Gaura Chandir Arati Shobha Navi Tatavane Jagamanalobha. Nothing else is required necessarily. Okay, sure.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. So, when we say nothing else, are we supposed to glorify the deities after this, or we don't need to?
It's not necessary. Prabhupada didn't do it.
Okay.
And perhaps because he was traveling, it would be hard for him to keep track. You could probably do it like one of our sannyasis, Lokanath Swami, asked Prabhupada, is it okay to go in front of the deity and say, just mention their name? He was okay with that. Okay. But the main point is that if you put so many jais in there, glorify all the deities in Vrindavan, all the deities in India, all across the globe.
We can do it just in the temple, right, Maharaj?
Yeah, the point is chant the Maha Mantra. Okay. And if you try to fill in with so many other things, then you're not chanting the Maha Mantra. And again, let's just remind each other that that is the Yuga Dharma activities, okay, to chant, and particularly the Maha Mantra. And so if you fill up your time with everything else, then you're not leaving enough time for the Maha Mantra. So we discourage it,
Thank you, Maharaj.
All right.
There's a quote that comes a bit later on by Srila Prabhupada where he says that when we're chanting the Maha Mantra, already the deities' names are in there technically, right? Even when it comes to, say, Ram Nomi, which is coming up soon, the appearance day of Lord Ram, there is no real need to actually sing any other bhajan because in the Maha Mantra, there is the name of Lord Ram. So as Maharaj is saying that, like, the essence is truly, yes, you can glorify the deities of your temple once, but then don't go into a parikrama across Vrindavan or Mayapur or anything like that, just because, again, the focus is then lost. But very good question. Thank you, Prabhu.
You'll see some quotes that are coming up. Devotees like to go, Nitai Gaur Haribol, Haribol. Well, what about the rest of the Panchatattva fellows in there? Somebody likes to chant Radhe, Radhe. Oh, that's an absolute no-no. Why did you dump Krishna? You know, so we stick to what Prabhupada chanted. That's, if you do that, you're safe. Anything else, you're going to a danger zone. All right, let's go on. For all artis, let's read this together. This basic pattern should be followed. The chanting of Sri Krishna Chaitanya Panchatattva should be done 3 times, not more. Okay, another directive. We once had a lady here. She was wonderful. Chakravarti was her name. She had an incredible voice. She asked, what should I chant? And I suggested, well, you can do this Panchatattva mantra. She misunderstood, and she went on chanting that for a whole half hour. And I couldn't get in there and say, can you switch it up a little bit? Okay, so 3 times, Panchatattva Mahamantra, and then the Mahamantra. All right? Okay, no one should sing a bhajan unless all the devotees know what the song means. It's always good to have, something available either on the screen or, some written material here in the temple. We have bhajan books, and we also have the screen. So it's your choice, okay? The point is, you got somebody leading a kirtan. I learned a new bhajan, okay? And you're going to listen to me, okay? And there's no lyrics around, but that doesn't matter because I'm the one that's singing, and that's what's important. Okay? So you really have to make it so that other people can actually follow, okay? And be there and understand what's being sung. Public kirtan. Harinam Eva Kevalam specifically describes how kirtan should be done in public. That's this book here, okay? And in street public chanting, liberties may be taken to make chanting more attractive to the public, such as we mentioned this instrumental dance choreography, attractive dress. The same applies to festivals and Sunday feast kirtans. You can make it like a little bit pageantry-like. Okay, would you like to do this one?
The people in general can be reached very well by the distribution of our literatures and the propagation of Sankirtan in the streets. These are our 2 mridangas for reawakening and the sleeping conditioned souls.
That's a letter to Janardhan, 1970. Janardhan is he's from Montreal, one of the first devotees that Prabhupada met over there. Okay, and then to Kirti Raj in 76. Everyone together? The most important aspect of our preaching is kirtan. Induce the people to preach. That is the only thing. Then everything else will follow. Okay, together again. To advance in spiritual life, the beginning is Shraddha, faith. Shraddha means respectful. Oh, it is nice. That is called Shraddha. Okay, so we have some images of devotees who have made kirtan quite popular, roles and responsibilities for the leading singers and also the responders. Okay? Here's Prabhupada, he's leading. Yay! Hare Krishna. Letter to Shyamasundar 68. My special instruction to you all is that you practice Sankirtan very rhythmically and in a responsive way. That means one should chant first and others should follow him. Okay? That's called Shravanam Kirtanam, receive and respond. Now we see it's become a little bit popular to have 2 microphones. So one person leads with the kirtan, and then you have a second person, also leading, and people get confused, who's leading here, this guy or that guy? So we never did that in the old days, because the idea is that one person leads and has the mic, so it can, you can, let's say the volume can get out there. But then everyone else responds, And if one person takes the lead, everyone else we get a bit lazy and said, why should I? They're leading. Yeah, so we don't need two microphones, for that. When I was in Mayapur recently, the Kirtan marathon went on, and I was there for the first day, but I was just dancing. I didn't put myself on the list to lead. And there were some very nice sort of Bengali boys. They were chanting, and they were leading. They had a half-hour slot, and they were leading, and they were leading. So do you understand what I'm saying? One person was playing the harmonium, leading. The other person was a mridanga, and he was also singing on the mic. So one of the organizers came in, and he corrected it. You can't do like this. The responders have to respond. One person takes the lead on the mic, and then everyone else collectively, should be enough volume there that we can hear you, okay? So we want to change that in our temple. I noticed it was there. I was here last Sunday, and it was going on. Yeah. Hare Krishna.
So, Marge, maybe a solution, or maybe not a solution, but maybe something that we can help the mass of devotees that are here at, say, a Sunday feast festival. If the leader who is leading the kirtan, if they can actually share that in the beginning, that, hey, Hare Krishna, we're about to sing for the deities right now. One person will be leading and then everyone else to follow. Because I think maybe a lot of people aren't used to the idea
They're not used to that idea.
Of going back and forth.
Yes.
So maybe that's just to help out, and so that there isn't a need to have a second microphone always present to do that. It might make it a lot easier if the person who is leading can actually, present that in the beginning, and then it starts to become a collective practice for the whole Sunday feast, or for whatever program is happening at that time.
Yeah, there's also a problem with when you go into a crowd and you're leading the kirtan, and you lead it, and then everyone else, they respond, and then they lead too. And they keep leading and leading and leading. And that means you're bleeding, 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 because that's not the program. It's got to be back and forth, just like frisbees. The other guy catches it, throws it back. It's back and forth, right? That's the method, okay? It seems to be very hard in many places for people to catch up on that.
And I know we'll bring it up because we were talking about roles and responsibilities now of the different partners in the kirtan. But I think one thing it also, when we have the two microphones, and it's a subtle point, but I think it also takes away from the mood of service. As Marge saying, if you're leading, and then I'm leading, and then you're leading, and then another person is leading, there's kind of the loss of sense of humility that I'm leading, but I'm also serving in one sense, right? If I get the opportunity to be the person who's leading the tune and all that fun stuff. It's also in a service that I'm hoping that this kirtan and that the way that I'm using my voice as a instrument in one way is in service to Radha Kirtan Gopinath. It is not a service to me in my heart and for my ears. It is rather for the deities. So if I can lead and you're also responding, we are all using our voices collectively for the service. So when it's just myself and the other person just leading back and forth, it doesn't really allow for that humility to set in.
So, thank you very much. Nirmal, can you give us the next?
Roles and responsibilities. Let's look at the three main roles and responsibilities involved in engaging in Kirtan. Leaders, supporting, responders.
Okay. Three distinctive groups. Go ahead.
Before we detail the practical responsibilities of these roles, let's discuss the spiritual quality all role must share.
Okay, from Srila Prabhupada to Trey. He must be himself always enthusiastic and inspire others to be always enthusiastic. Then he is real leader. So a person who takes the microphone and leads, he or she should be just trying to get everyone involved and, so excited and happy about this experience, this practice, that everyone else wants to get involved, right? So what we want to get away from is, have you ever met those people? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. You know what's going to happen. happen, you better roll out the sleeping bags, you know. You know, and you know, we're trying to say get out of the bubble. It's really about, you know, involving everyone, inclusiveness, right? That's what's really important. Not being in a little bubble by yourself and I'm going back to Godhead and none of you other jerks are. It's only me, okay? Got to get away from that, okay? All right.
Marge, you're a shining example of that here in Toronto. And if any was here for the last Sunday feast, if you saw, right, it was, I think there were devotees who were commenting that, you know, I haven't danced like that in a while. So Marge, what are your tips or what are the ways that you usually try to help engage people in Kirtan?
Well, you know, so if I'm taking the lead, you're asking me personally, eye contact is really important. Like I'm looking at you, okay? And maybe I'm looking at you because maybe, you know, I would just want to get you more excited. Or I'm also leading by example. I'm dancing, and I want you to dance too. And of course, sometimes I take the microphone, or I'll just put it to the side. Excuse me, Prabhu. We have enough pillars in the temple room to hold up the balcony, so we don't need you to just stand there, okay? So, you know, joking is another method. Or like Dharma Prana, everybody knows him. He was very good at, you know, giving a dirty look if you're not doing your job. Has anybody had that experience with Dharma Prana? I say that lovingly, right?
It is a rite of passage in ISKCON Toronto to have that look be presented to you.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, those are some of the techniques. And sometimes I chant, you know, we say bolo, that means you chant, okay? And why not? I mean, what are we so depressed about? We came here to lose our depression and put our sadness to the side, right? So I think those are some of the methods that are used. Eye contact, moving yourself, giving volume, you know, and sometimes put the microphone right in their mouth. So,
I was going to mention that one. I've seen you do that many times.
We had somebody not so long ago who he's just playing, you know, and he was never opening his mouth. And I just went like this. Because he was not chanting. After I told him several times, you gotta chant, open your mouth. I put the mic right in his mouth. And
Still did it.
He still had that bad habit, you know. So again, we have to participate, you know. It's action. Kirtan is about action, you know. It's not about anything.
I've seen Marge encourage people to clap, because sometimes, again, that pillar point, you know, at least if you can clap your hands, you can at least do that. If you're, you know, dance challenged, that's okay, but at least if you can clap along. And as Marge said, you know, the eye contact is really well. Something we'll bring up later on, but just smile. Look like you're actually enjoying chanting the names of Krishna.
Yeah. Krishna explains in the Bhagavad Gita, our practice is susukam kartum aviyam. It's a joyful execution. And that's what makes it so revolutionary, you know. You'll go to some places and they're like, people are half dead, you know. All right, so we don't want that. For the present, you may join Sankirtan party because I know that your presence will enliven everyone. We have a picture of Yamuna Devi here, who always enlivened everybody. Of course, George Harrison enlivened a lot of people all over. And so he's right next to her. And the person just above her is Kulashekar. He's the first devotee to join from Europe. It's the first European devotee. Hare Krishna. He lived here for a little while. Hare Krishna. A little extra information there. Okay, shall we do this one together, everyone? Leaders and melodies. 1, 2, 3, go. Whenever there were guests, Prabhupada almost always sang the standard Hare Krishna tune or some similarly very simple melodies. Have you ever heard about complicated melodies? Have you ever heard them before? How many people? Can you catch up with them, or they're in their own zone, right? They're in their own zone. We want to discourage that. It's something Prabhupada didn't like because it means you won't include people, and your job as the leader is to involve other people. Okay? But there is a Kirtan standard book. It's about this big, this thick. It's much thicker than this one. We took some extracts from there and made this small book. But it shows you that the leaders in the movement have put some effort out there to give directives on chanting. Okay, this is a good one, and I think we can read it all together, all right? So, from the Garga Samhita, Narada and the personified ragas. Let's begin. Once while traveling throughout the universe, Narada came to a planet inhabited by many beautiful people. They lived in gorgeous palaces, dressed in splendid clothes, and were ever engaged in singing and playing on musical instruments. However, they were all deformed. Some had no feet, some no ankles, and some no knees. Some had twisted hips, some had shriveled thighs, some had disfigured torsos, some had loose teeth, some had hunched shoulders, some had bowed heads, and some had no necks. My God, Hare Krishna. Astonished, Narada asked them who they were. The people unhappily replied, "We are the personified ragas. We have become deformed by the sage Narada. Mad with love, he sings the wrong melodies at the wrong time, with the wrong notes and without proper rhythm. In this way, he has broken the limbs of our bodies." Narada inquired from the ragas how his fault could be rectified. They directed him to propitiate the goddess Saraswati. He then learned from her the science of music and became an unrivaled musician. The end. Haribol.
Haribol.
Great story. And yeah, that is human, all right? Yep. And Prabhupada on the harmonium. The devotee by service moved bhaktya only can gradually know the personality of Godhead. So when we chant, it should be with bhakti. Patrang pushpam palam toyam yome bhaktya prayachiti tadaham bhakti uparitam ashnami prayatatmataha. So when you offer something to Krishna, a leaf, flower, fruit, or water, he will accept it when it's done with bhakti. Same thing with kirtan. Offer it with bhakti, with intense love or devotion. Okay, would you like to?
Srila Prabhupada didn't usually speed up the kirtan to a frenetic pitch and then stop and start again. He gradually built up to a steady, medium, slow rhythm. This gave a chance to enter into the kirtan and meditate on the chanting. The melody was simple and he didn't change it.
Yes, so yeah, the idea is that you can get on the microphone, lead a kirtan, like that, and then you can't go anywhere with it. But if you start nice and easy and slow and let people enter into it, like taking mild steps up, and then you can build up the tempo, the rhythm, and so on like that, and the volume as well, okay? I was talking to one of the devotees this morning. He was going like this the whole time, and it was a little bit odd. So I suggested, when the pitch builds up, when the crescendo comes up, maybe that's a good time to really start clapping, okay? And then the girls should be, okay, you know that one. We'll talk about that too. Did you film that part? Oh, you did? Okay. Who's next?
Leaders, tempo. Kirtan played with steady rhythm allows for graceful dancing and melodious chanting and can continue for hours without stopping. Harinam eva kevalam.
Nice. Everyone know this picture? Ooh, that went really fast. The theme is humility. Okay. Who's being humble here?
Krishna.
Jai. Who else is being humble?
Rukmini.
Yeah, she resented a little bit in the beginning. All right, next. Okay, who would like to read this amongst the
leader's mood. Humility means that one should not be anxious to have the satisfaction of being honored by others. Srila Prabhupada, Bhagavad Gita 13.8.12 purport.
Okay, so if you have talent for musical achievement, that is nice. But if you nourish some idea of becoming famous by playing some music, that will be a source of frustration. The end. So a letter to Mahatma. We don't want to just have demonstrate incredible musicianship for the sake of being famous in the world. That shouldn't be our drive. If it happens, then it's okay. That's great. But that should not be our intent. The idea is to approach the Lord with humility. Go ahead.
A good Kirtan leader personally tastes the nectar of the holy name and helps others to relish it also. He doesn't just stand with his eyes closed. He interacts with other devotees and encourages them to dance and chant enthusiastically. Listen.
Okay, we're going for, something as sweet and melodious. Okay, we've got the recording. Hopefully, this is John V.
Hare Krishna, Hare.
You can close your eyes on this.
Krishna, 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 Hare, Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama,
Beautiful. And of course, our Bhakti True Swami, who's departed, not with us these days, but he had the accents down. He was born in Bengali, so he's able to put out just beautiful music, really reaches the heart. We'll give a little sample of that, okay?
নব গৌরবরং নব পুষ্পসরং নব ভাবধরং নবলাস্যপরং নব হাস্যকরং নব হেমবরং প্রণমামি সচিসুত গৌরবরং.
Thank you. Maharaj, thank you.
I was going to say that in both presentations, both by Jahnavi, a contemporary, and Bhakti Charumarj, who is singing a traditional bhajan, there is still a very sweetness in their simplicity. Both the mridanga and the kartals, I mean, of course, with the recording of Bhakti Charumarj, it's a professionally recorded, track. And the previous with Jahnavi, it was more of a live one. But you can hear them. You can hear the instruments very nicely. They're complementing. They're not overpowering. They're there to be part of the kirtan, but not, again, overpower in that sense. And at the same time, there is simplicity in both of their tunes. If you actually listen, and again, I'm bringing up Jahnavi just because she is a contemporary, someone that a lot of us look up to. We listen to a lot of her kirtans. If you really start looking at her whole, like if you look back last 5 years so, she doesn't waver with her tunes. She doesn't, not that you can't experiment or anything like that, but she knows what tunes work. And like that tune that she sang, I think all of us recognize that, right? That one was recorded, like she sang that one like 10, 11 years ago and it's become iconic. But it's because she kept with it. There is a sweetness, there's something that, touches the heart with that tune. And Jahnavi is great. Like she is going around the world doing tours and presenting Krishna consciousness and the kirtan to everybody. but she's still sticking to those tunes. She doesn't have to generate or recreate the wheel in one sense. So I just wanted to point that out again, because many of us are looking up to these devotees, including Bhakti Charu Maharaj with his beautiful Bengali voice, that those are some of the lessons we can take, is that yes, they've become famous, as Maharaj was saying, not on their own volition. It's just happened because of their sincerity and their purity. But at the same time, they have also not changed because of it. It's not that, oh, now I'm famous, I'm going to try out this other tune, or I'm going to, reinvent myself. Again, nothing wrong with it if it's going to help improve the service. But at the same time, there is such simplicity, and there's a lot of sweetness in their simplicity.
Nice. Good points. Everyone's doing okay? Yeah. We will have a break in a few minutes. Yes, Brew, you're doing okay? Okay, very good. Thank you. Pronunciation. Okay. Get your pronunciation right. There is a pronunciation guide in the beginning of your Bhagavad Gita. Study it. Okay? That is for the Sanskrit songs. If we're dealing with Bengali songs, there's another directive on that. And that, is a little more complicated. Anything that is supposed to say s, they go sh. And anything that's supposed to be sh goes s. Did I do it right? Yes, that is it. It's a beautiful language. And, when it comes to tunes, melodies, I guess we'll come up with that. The Bengali tunes are they're dynamic. They're the best. And they're coming from a tradition. They're coming from the villages and so on like that. Well, one year I was in Kolkata, and a group of us, it was arranged by Keshava Senior, you know him, a bus. So it happened to be that Ajamil's son, Hari Bhakti, was there, and quiche, I'm not talking about the Greek dish, but quiche. We were there, and we went because Hari Bhakti knows, he studied in the heart of India and Bengal and so on. Keisha and I were going back and forth with melodies. I said, where does this come from? And then I demonstrate a melody. Oh, that is from the Bollywood movie, 1976. And the name of the movie is blah, blah, blah. He knows, And then you offer in other melodies. Oh, that's coming from the village. That's parampara, and even give a name to the style. So it's nice if we can be a little bit familiar with these melodies. And Prabhupada wasn't against us using our own melodies. The most important thing is that they should be executed in such a way that everybody else can follow. All right? That's important. Supporting musicians. Okay, so this is the second group, right? We talked about the leaders and what's their obligation. Now we're talking about the persons who play the music and back up the singer. Okay. So respect for the instruments. Okay. Supporting musicians. What is that, by the way? Okay, this is not the way where you put your musical instruments should not be looking like that, right? I've been to some places where the strap to the mridanga, it's been there for 10 years or more, and it's smelling of sweat and stuff, and it's like gray in color, and he said, you might change that strap, All right, go ahead.
I was going to say there's also an argument to be made that whether all of the instruments should be available at all times. I know some temples will have like a basket full of the thickest, largest brass kartals you could ever find that don't sound like tinkling ankle bells, but they sound like gongs. And those are the ones that are presented to people who don't know how to play kartals, and they will choose those exact kartals to play with. So there is maybe an argument to be made whether of course they should be placed in a clean and safe environment and nothing that looks like this. But at the same time, maybe not all instruments have to be out at the same time as well. Especially if you have a very fancy harmonium and some child comes during the 12 o'clock arti and decides to give their own rendition of the Mahamantra, it may break your harmonium. So I know that the devotees here have done so nicely, have set up an area for the instruments it's kept nicely and it's kept clean. Because, of course, at the end of the day, all instruments are a form of Lord Balaram, so we must respect him in that way too.
Thank you. Okay, how do we take care of Krishna's sacred instruments? Maintenance is important, wouldn't you agree? Okay, your house, you do it with your room. After you get up in the morning, you know, lay out your bed, your sheets and all that, comforters. Okay. Maintenance of your car, maintenance of the temple, the washrooms, all the kitchen. Mridangas are important too, the instruments that we use. Okay, supporting musicians, too loud. Let's go for most of the temple, time in our temples. Instruments are played much louder than the singer's voice. Often only the musical instruments are heard and the actual glorification of the Lord is barely heard. According to the rules, instruments should be subordinate to the actual singer. Does everybody get that? Sometimes the drums are so loud. What are they singing? What are they, you know?
I was going to say that if you know, the mridangas, everybody's enthusiastic to be part of the kirtan, right? The people who know how to play mridanga will come up in the front. They will encircle around the kirtan leader. And as it's saying right here, less is truly more. I know it's hard because everybody wants to be part of the kirtan. We're not trying to exclude those that are supporting. One thing that's worked in the past is having the mridanga players or the kartal players rotate. And you'll see some of the mridanga players look at each other, okay, you play. And then once it's hitting that crescendo, okay, now we can add more mridanga players. But what happens with the mridanga player, and again, if you've led kirtan here in our beautiful temple here, sometimes it gets to the point where when the person who's leading kirtan starts, and volume is fine, right? And then the mridanga players continue to add, and then there's kartals, and then there might be wampers, the big, huge kind of like large kartals. And then the person who's leading kirtan will say, put up the volume higher. And then because they can't hear themselves, I know we have a monitor now, which is very effective, but then everybody just continues to jack it up further and further. So now that the kirtan leader can't hear themselves, now the volume is up. And if you've come into the Sunday feast program and you're already inside the temple room hearing the kirtan, it may not be so jarring. But if you were to come halfway through the kirtan, especially at an 8 o'clock arti, it might be very jarring. Try it out. I would, step outside and then come back in and go, oh my goodness, that is quite loud. So it's just being this presentation is called conscious kirtan. We're trying to be more conscious, right? So for the person who may have actually walked in at 8:15, it might be a very jarring experience, right? And it may be their first time experiencing kirtan, and all they hear is big drums, big kartals, and barely a voice. I mean, if you have no experience of it, what does that actually sound like? It doesn't necessarily sound pleasing and sweet as we saw earlier.
Now, there's something to be said about, okay, we're in a temple room. You probably, 2 good mridangas would probably be enough because the acoustics are really good in here. But when you're going on Harinam outside Rath Yatra, it's a different scenario. You're in Yonge Street. You probably could use 5, 10, a dozen mridangas, and as long as you all play in a synchronistic way, then it's okay. But understand here, some people have got ear damage from the volume being up too high. Okay.
In Kirtan, all musical instruments, including the mridanga and kartals, must be played in a mood of serving the Kirtan, not controlling it.
Supporting musicians, okay? We need to play the instruments thoughtfully, not like it's too much. All right, get the point. Watch, okay. Prabhupada's fingers are very flexible. And he's playing the 1-2 beat here for a bit, and then he switches. He releases the fingers, so a little extra ring, resonating ring is there. We'll talk a little bit about how to use the instruments. I think we can do that, even almost, well, very soon. Yeah, kartals. Oh,
Musicians and kartals. Krishna consciousness means compassion, so we have to be aware that many people are sensitive to metallic sounds. There are many reports of people leaving kirtans because the kartals clanging causes physical pain.
yeah, we don't want that to happen. And from the Kirtan standard books, mridanga and kartal should be played together harmoniously to enhance the transcendental sound vibration of the holy names. Kartal should be chimed sweetly like gopis' ankle bells. They should not be clanged together like dustbin lids. I think we can do a little demo. Who's the best person for that? Are you? Would you? Who did we appoint? Okay.
You can do it.
Nirmal, and you can put the kartal. Well, you don't even need the microphone. Go ahead now. You'll demonstrate. Okay, it's a 1, 2, 3 beat, which is what Prabhupada gave to us in the early days. That's the basis for kartal playing. Okay. Would you like to come and stand in the middle, maybe? Yep. And you're such a handsome-looking devotee, anyway, so we must want to have you in there, right? Okay. Very nice. Is that okay, Bruce? Okay. And I'm just going to, we also then have this tambourines. We're going to suggest not using it. So it's better just simply, on his third, like this way. And then as the kirtan starts taking off for like a couple times, we did do a little something for the Madonna. So I was doing coming out and we demonstrate. This time we do it here. And we do have some, when we started out with that, something called that. That was the whole first year. No one really showed me that. Now we've got some superstars. We're going for a crisp sound. It's clean. It's not all muddled. It's real simple. Can you give us the beat that Prabhupada taught us? Te kotonika te didya de. Isn't it clean? There's no better drum in the world than the mridanga. See how they switched suddenly? And there's something to be said about good musicianship, is that the musicians are connecting with each other. They're playing together, right? It's not that Abhinav is over here and Devangshi is way over there and you're over on top of the deity house. You know, like you're together physically quite close and you're connecting, and you know, then let's say you want to slow it down, so you eye contact them. There has to be that interactiveness. Again, you can't be in a bubble. You just can't be in a bubble. Oh, it's just my show. No, it's not my show. It's Krishna's show. Okay? Now, the only thing that we are not doing is chanting right now, because we're just highlighting the musical side. You know, the second group, we're still highlighting the musicians. And then, of course, there's the dancers, there's the dancing, which we'll demonstrate. We'll all get into that a little bit later on. Okay, great. Let's hear it for the musician. Okay, and we'll move along. Okay, this gives you an idea also with Bhakti Bringa Govinda Swami. Just listen to the kartals. They're not offensive at all.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
quite faint,
Krishna Krishna,
the mridanga is also supporting his voice. In other words, the instruments are supporting the kirtan, the mantra, serving the kirtan.
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Let's do this one together. Mridanga Brahma Rupaya Lavanya Rasamadhuri Sahasrakuna Samyuktam Mridangaya Namo Namaha. So the mridanga is like, it's a deity. It's Balaram. It's a manifestation, incarnation of Balaram. And look at it, it's so shiny. It looks like I want to worship it. I don't even want to hug it. They'll get too familiar with it. Okay, this is the translation of what we just had sung. Would you like to?
Unto the mridanga, that supreme Brahman, formed as a clay drum which is infused with the sweet mellows of graceful enchantment and endowed with thousands of transcendental qualities, I bow down again and again.
And because these instruments are worshipable, therefore we have to keep them clean and have a nice compartment for them where they won't be abused. Because people come here and there's something called children. You know, it's another word for terrorists. And they just go boom, boom, boom. And the parents just, oh, that's so cute. And they take pictures. In the meantime, the mridanga's broken. They broke the mridanga. Yeah. Many. It's a very fragile instrument, okay? Watch. Prabhupada's playing. Prabhupada ki jai. Hang in there. Don't give up, right? Musicians commit. At first, let's do this. Let's go for it. And then, nope. Okay. I'm tired. I'm bushed. Okay, we should know our capacity. When you pick up an instrument, and you should be there, if you are the musician expected to play a session, be there before the session, stick it out to the end. Have a good time with it. Don't drop, oh, I'm tired. I got up at 2 this morning. Okay, and then you just said it, let's say, hey, can you play? No, you play. You know, that this children stuff. You don't see the Rolling Stones doing that. Or what any popular group now. Most of them are rappers. You know. They just rap and rap and rap and keep rapping. They don't stop rapping. I wish they would. Hare Krishna, but that's just an opinion about favorite. Go ahead. Yeah, we're going to get to clapping. We'll get to clapping. Okay, we are going to talk a little bit about the sound system. It's an instrument as well to amplify. Would you like to?
So as someone mentioned before, the GBC does have resolutions throughout the year and throughout the many years. And one of them in 2014 is that the sound system should be adjusted so that it sounds clear, sweet, and attractive as opposed to overly loud, distorted, or painful.
There is a tendency, I just have to say, amongst young people, I want to be somewhere where it's loud, where everything's shaking, you know, like a rave or like a rock concert. But, you know, you have to remember you're losing everybody else in the due course, right? Why not just soften it up a little bit so everyone feels they can participate? Okay, let's go.
I'm not going to play this clip for very long.
Oh, really? Okay.
We get the point. Volume is everyone's responsibility. So again, if you are a audience member during a kirtan and it is too loud, I think it's fair to say or go up to someone responsible, say, hey, you know what? The volume is quite loud. Please don't touch the sound system yourself if you don't know how to use the sound system, because that might change things up. But I do believe there's always someone responsible here in our sound booth over here that can be responsible for that, because I think, as it's stating, it is everyone's responsibility. If it is hurting you, or if you know someone that's kind of covering their ears, it might be a good sign to turn down the volume.
Okay, here's a helpful piece of information in regards to sound.
90 to 95 decibel regular sustained exposure causes hearing damage. As an example, the noise from ordinary city traffic while inside a vehicle is 80 decibels.
Nirmal?
Temple kirtans often exit well over 85 decibel. Warning.
Okay, does that sound nice or what? Not at all.
I mean,
how many people thumbs down? Anybody thumbs up? No.
I mean, it looks like if this was on mute and you're watching this with like kirtan played over it, you'd be like, wow, that's a wonderful Sunday Feast program. And then when you actually hear it, did anybody hear the Maha Mantra? Did you hear kartals clearly in that? It sounded like, with the description in the ISKCON Kirtan Standards book, you know, it sounded like dustbins clanging, right? Like, and what to speak if we're hearing a recording, what it sounds live, right? But I know devotees are very happy. It must be a festival. You know, people are ecstatic. Great. But, you know, there's a difference between bhakti and bhava, right? Like, you can feel the bhava being in the kirtan, but is it a true representation of bhakti? You can question that, right? In the sense that not everybody's included, or no one can really hear the Mahamantra, so it loses that effect. Though, of course, it looks beautiful.
Yeah, you know, usually when this kind of thing goes on, there might be at the most 20 people who are rocking it, right? And everyone else is just, you've lost them. Because, again, you're not employing the conclusivity, you know? You're not involving them. The leader's not looking to see, is everybody really, you know, the leader has to really look like a fan, like radar, and just see what's going on there in your kirtan. Okay? and correct it if you're making some mistakes.
I was going to say that really helps, especially those who lead Kirtan, to really start making a note of how everybody. When I've had the opportunity to lead, I usually look for the dancers. If the dancers are happy, it's a good sign. What usually happens if you're kind of here in the center and you look directly behind you, everybody is super serious, very serious. And so you'll see some kirtan leaders, and many famous ones too, who will drop instruments and get everybody clapping. You'll see Marge also do that many times, because it's the easiest way to get people, back into it. And then you'll see, it's so fun to watch, because you'll see people go, oh yeah, actually I was in front of the deities. I'm in part of something. I should be, more involved. And then you start to see the smiles creeping up, and it brings back, and then you can bring back the instruments into it again and continue on. But I find that that's very helpful as well, is to just get people clapping. There's a question, Abhinav?
Just wait, sorry. There's a fine line between loudness and energy. Because I've noticed in the Sunday feast, there is a lot of energy that's kind of infectious. But again, it can cross that boundary of loudness.
And I think that, again, going back to the whole title of this presentation, we've changed it from Kirtan standards to conscious Kirtan. So if we're conscious, you're right, we can rein in that energy and that enthusiasm to make sure that it remains a happy, positive, enthusiastic environment, but doesn't go into that line of, almost passion, right? We talk about the modes of goodness, passion, and ignorance. I heard someone ask this question before. Sometimes you may have heard of these types of stories in the past. Mridanga players will continue to play so much that their hands start to actually bleed. And some Mridanga players will think of it as a sign of, I've reached, again, if you're a Mridanga player, you'll have lots of calluses on your hands. And it's like a war sign, right? Like, you get your war scars. And it's something to be proud of. But then you can ask the question, if I'm playing Mridanga to the point where I'm bleeding, is that in the mode of goodness or the mode of passion, right? And I would...
How about ignorance?
Or ignorance, absolutely.
Blood means ignorance usually.
So again, enthusiasm is there, but is it going into that realm of it, okay, I'm going to do it until I'm bleeding? And again, it's a gruesome example, but it helps to exemplify that where you want to be, and we obviously want to be in the mode of goodness and in our way to serve without it going into passion and ignorance.
We're going to suggest one way to control that from it coming too loud, for instance, or too muddled or noisy, is the leader. If the leader's really good and does his or her job, they say, tone down here, not too much. Too many whompers, I only need one, soften up. During the kirtan, you have to sometimes tell people, mind you, it's good to practice together. That's the other thing. All right. Okay, should this be a standard? Okay, so we got a little chart here, Kirtan.
So I guess our dear Anita Priya Mataji, who used to live here in Toronto, she is the mastermind behind this beautiful presentation and has come up with great visuals here. So if we go off of how many decibels kirtans usually are, they fall in that red zone, which can be likened to, and I don't know if everybody can see it, but a leaf blower, a rock concert, or a jet taking off. So that's somewhere where our kirtans land. And I know it's, again, we're talking to everyone here who is either hoping to lead kirtan or plays an instrument or is part of management. So you may not necessarily have the responsibility for this, but we're just wanting everybody to be conscious of it, that if we do have some influence or at least some way that we can be responsible during the kirtan to, mention to someone, you know what, it's actually kind of getting a bit loud. I see people covering. There were times where people would come with like earmuffs or like headphones to cancel out the noise of kirtan, which is pretty sad, right? We want them not to noise cancel, but allow the sweetness to come in.
Can you repeat the...
This hours which is mentioned, is it that we can tolerate this much noise volume till that many hours?
Yeah, for about 15 minutes. So Again, many of us are accustomed to it. Again, if you're used to being in the kirtan scrum or area, it might be something that you're used to. But again, for those who may not have ever experienced, and again, we're talking about public and private-ish kirtans, especially for the public ones, that might be a lot for them to handle at one point. We're going to move on to the responders, and we're almost at 12 o'clock, Marge. Would you like to stop here, or would you like to continue
I
on?
think we can just
Continue
cover
with
a
the
little bit more.
responders.
Singing, dancing, clapping. You're part of the ensemble, both for your own advancement and to nicely attract others. To be successful, humility, cooperation, and self-awareness are required. Okay, so there's a quote from the Nectar of Devotion, that if you clap your hands, the lines on your hands will change, your future will change. So it is a beautiful instrument. Let's just go see if you can follow this. Okay, great. Clapping is good. We got one of our boys clapping throughout a whole kirtan. It sounded a little bit odd, you know. It was a little bit loud. And so we're suggesting, you know, your hands will get red like Krishna's hands, you know. If you just go too hard at it, maybe it will spoil the kirtan and also kind of breaks the sound, muffles the sound of the mantra. So maybe it's better wait for an appropriate time, you know. Maybe near the end when you get closer to crescendo and everyone gets into kirtan. You know, again, it takes a good leader to get everyone going like that, to know when to employ the hands. Okay, good. So these are instruments, by the way. They are instruments. Oh, anyone can chant Hare Krishna. There's no need for instruments, although Chaitanya Mahaprabhu introduced them. Mridanga, drum, and kartal cymbals. Otherwise, clapping in itself is sufficient. Look at teachings of Lord Chaitanya. And a person who is in a jubilant spirit, who feels profound devotional ecstasy while dancing before me, and who manifests different features of bodily expression, can burn away all the accumulated sinful reactions he has stocked up for many, many thousands of years, and that's in the Nectar of Devotion as well. Hare Krishna. So now we'll start when we get back. We'll dance, and we're going to get together at 1 o'clock. So what we're going to suggest, the arti is going to start. You might honor the darshan for, say, 5 minutes at the most, because we're going to keep rolling, and then there's prasadam available downstairs for those who have registered for this program. But it's only for you, Prabhus, okay? Anybody else who's coming, they could go to Govinda's over here, and that's also prasadam. So we'll get a little bit in the physicality. We will do some dance steps. That'll come up, okay? Because Prabhupada explained that this is a big component in the kirtan. We'll have some more fun, okay? And we had a list earlier, and you know, we are going to have some certificates that we're giving to everyone who's registered and followed through the whole thing. And I would just say, consider yourselves fortunate, because really a course like this could go on for a whole week, honestly. We're doing it in 4 hours, okay? And if you want to lead kirtan, at least you have to have taken this course, okay? Others have done in the past. What else can we say on this? Yeah, you can talk, try to stick to the topic, okay? Even over lunch, you can talk about your experiences. If we have time, we will, divide you up into maybe 2 groups or 3, 4 groups, and you can demonstrate a good kirtan and a bad kirtan, like breaking all the rules. And I did this in the Ukraine. We had different groups, and it was kind of fun to do that. Remember, you were the holy roller.
The holy roller. Before I got initiated, my name was the holy roller, and we did a presentation where we someone was leading Kirtan and she was being like a rock star and a complete diva. And Marge asked me to just, in the middle of the Kirtan, just drop and start rolling across the floor. If you've ever been in the Dham, there are times where people will, out of ecstasy, will just start rolling on the floor in Vrindavan dust. And so this is when Govinda's was before when it wasn't Govinda's. And so Marge said, just randomly do it. I was like, okay, I've never seen it myself. So I just started, I just, Jay, and then just fell on the ground and just started rolling across the floor.
Just had a lot of fun with it. So if we just move along, and stick to this schedule, at 1 o'clock we return. Those who do Gayatri can do Gayatri at that time. Take Prashadam, take a 5-minute, snap if you want, any of those things. Okay, great. And we'll have a little huddle before you go. Anybody, will the ushers, Prabhu, can you just usher people downstairs? I think some of them know, some of them may not know. How many people are part of the Toronto community? Toronto. Okay, do we have anybody here from, say, Scarborough or Brampton, or are you from, okay. Mississauga. Okay, that's good. I'm glad some of you came. All right, good. And so I think we should make our way over there. Let's thank the presenters. You don't have to thank me. Okay, thank you. We can make our way over there. All right?
hold the mic for you.
Hell no. No, dude, that's so. No.
Why not?
No, I don't have to.
All this stands. So now play harmonium.
Bro, we have 2 minutes.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Prabhus, thank you so much. I hope you had a nice lunch. Was it okay? Amazing. What else? Amazing. Sumptuous. Fabulous. Okay. Okay. Do I hear the word fantastic? Okay. Welcome to our part 2 of the program. We're going to get into an exciting part of our presentation. I guess we can just continue. All right. We're just waiting.
If, whenever we do these presentations, there's always going to be technical issues. Now I need someone to open up their laptop. So we're just waiting for Sarthik Prabhu to come back to, we might have a password already.
I hope we're doing okay. Part 1 was all right?
Any questions?
Okay.
Or thoughts or comments?
We covered a lot of material.
I would say that the first half tends to be a bit more theoretical or more philosophical in the sense that we're presenting a lot of verses from Srila Prabhupada, quotes from Srila Prabhupada. But as you can see, as Marge mentioned, we ask anybody who wants to lead Kirtan in the temple, whether it's for a program, a Sunday feast program, or for even during our morning program, that they've completed this course. And I hope that it's coming across that there's a lot of thought put into it, that if we just had anybody who had a good voice take the microphone and sing, it's one thing that, again, they might have some musical talent and may be able to sing a great bhajan or whatnot, but there is a lot of thought and process that Srila Prabhupada gave us in his standards and his instructions as to how it should be presented. Since this is, Srila Prabhupada said quite early on in the presentation, this is even more important than any other service that we do, the service that we do to the sound incarnation. So if there's all this thought process done, you might have some people come up to you, again, members of the Bhakti Academy, or if you're leading Kirtan one day and someone comes up, can I sing something? I hope this helps to kind of give some basis as to why we don't let everybody on the microphone or anybody on the microphone just like that, because again, we want to make sure that those standards are kept. And it's very easy to deviate because bhakti is not just for ISKCON. Bhakti is for everybody, and everybody also has their own way of seeing and understanding bhakti. So there are many other sampradayas, which are also very legitimate in their own way. But we are very much followers of Srila Prabhupada when we're in this temple, and obviously outside of this temple too. And so that's why we are putting such an importance on what Srila Prabhupada gave us. And so it is not to exclude anybody who may have musical talent or want to share their bhakti in the form of singing for the deities. But at the same time, we're making it very clear that here in ISKCON Toronto, we do expect you to have passed this course, and there's no test. But to have gone through it and to have, thought it through, discussed it with your fellow devotees. I saw many people downstairs having prasadam, and they were talking about what we talked about today. So I'm glad that it's stirring some conversations and thought process. And as always, we encourage everyone to continue asking questions. Hare Krishna.
Jai, Hare Krishna. Dancing is very good. The more you dance, the more you become light. Means the burden of material contamination becomes reduced. Dancing is so nice. Would you agree? Yes? Even if you don't feel ecstasy, if you dance by force, that will also help. And that's from Srila Prabhupada, 1973, from lecture, Nectar of Devotion. So people are dancing, but there's still, I don't know how to manage that one. Dancing in circles, this is one thing you can do. This is fun. Everyone's involved. There's a few bystanders, but mostly everyone's happily moving. And some people like to work out. Does anybody like to go to the gym sometimes? Okay, well, now you don't have to. You just dance up a storm, okay? You do other services. Okay. Prabhupada's mood, okay? Dancing. This is
all the youth were really attracted to, and he was really something of a Pied Piper. You can see here how much everybody is participating. These are not just devotees, but all of the people here in the park were completely open to this. As a matter of fact, so much so that they considered the Hare Krishna to be the hippie religion at this point in 1967 in San Francisco. So So many hippies were in love with Prabhupada and in love with the devotees and considered themselves very much a part of Hare Krishna.
Jai, Prabhupada ki. Remember, clapping was okay?
Tompkins Square Park, myself and Achyutananda. Prabhupada introduced this style of kirtan, which is very, very meditative. You know, when Prabhupada sang in the park, that first time I danced, and Achyutananda got up and we danced. As I was dancing, I felt I should dance with the kirtan, and I should dance as long as Prabhupada has the kirtan. Not that I should stop dancing and sit down. That would somehow be disrespectful to the Swamiji. So I danced for as long as Prabhupada had the kirtan. And Prabhupada had the kirtan for 3 hours, non-stop. He was singing. And that's the way Prabhupada had it. Very long kirtans and very meditative. I once asked Srila Prabhupada, what is the best way to sing kirtan? He replied that you sing in such a way that you never get tired.
Srila Prabhupada ki.
Marge, who was the person who was speaking again?
That's Brahmananda.
Brahmananda Prabhu. I just like how he saw his dancing as a service. He was like, as long as Srila Prabhupada's singing, I guess I'll dance. And then it ended up being 3 hours, so it was quite the commitment.
It's a good workout.
We'll continue on with another video.
Of course, this Rath Yatra became very famous because Prabhupada never sat in his Vyasasana, which was there, and walked and danced the entire way. And what was the amazing thing was just days before, and weeks before, he had been very ill. He was in Mayapur in Calcutta.
Watch.
Yep.
Teach me to dance.
This is in Greece.
Will you? Dance? Did you say dance? Come on, my boy. Together. Let's go. Up. Again.
Look at me, all together now, 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 all
Yes, Kirtan isn't complete until there's dancing that goes along with it. All these different cultures have their choreographies. What is ours and how do we do it for the public? Here's an example.
Da dei da guru guru da guru da guru guru da guru guru da guru.
I think we should start doing that in the Sunday feast.
Da dene nak dene nak dene da dene da dene da dene da dene.
I think the members of the Mayapuris individually and together are great presenters of Kirtan. If you've ever seen them, Krishna Kishore especially, I love watching him in Kirtans, especially when he's not leading Kirtan. The way he gets up and gets everybody singing and dancing in Mayapur, in Florida, wherever he may be. Toronto, he's done it many times. And I think Margie, you've asked him sometimes to do that in Kirtan, is to just kind of help direct the Kirtan and be a bit, he has a really good mind of monitoring the Kirtan and knowing when to, okay, you guys settle down, okay, we need more wampers or something like that. And even Vishvambara Prabhu as well, he's a very good orator, he's a good storyteller, so when he's leading certain bhajans, he will explain the bhajan before singing it. So if you ever want to see some good presenters, they're again, all together as the Mayapuris and also individually, they're very well put together.
Okay. Anyone can chant Hare Krishna. There's no need for instruments. Okay, I guess we've just bypassed, gone through the dancing part. I think it's time for us to do some demos, okay? So what we'll do is we'll leave our chairs behind, our precious little chairs. And now you've had a nice meal, so you're gonna, burn some calories, So that we're gonna do. Okay, great. So let's move on over there. Yeah, if you could just face this way, make enough room for everyone. This room, that's right out. Put your arms out like this, okay, and swivel like this. If you're bumping into someone, you know that. Can you hold? So now we're just going to show a few simple dance moves that Prabhupada gave to us. This is commonly known as the Swami step, and so we're going to show you how to do that, okay? And do I have a microphone? We do. Okay. Put this in here for now. Okay, everybody ready? Put your feet. There's a very humble mic. It just wants to offer dandavats. Okay, so you put your feet about shoulder width apart, okay? Now, through all of our exercises, we want you to make sure you don't dangle your arms, okay? They can't be, or even go like this, This is what you don't do. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Got to show some life. So keep the arms up. It helps you with a little balance. You can go like this, or you can go like this. Sometimes you want to go like this, but the blood starts draining, and then after a while, you feel a bit lifeless. So, but the idea is, okay. Now take your right foot and cross over the left foot, okay? Right. Good, and then we'll go back, okay? The left foot cross over the right foot. No. You gotta mirror them. Oh. Okay, and then back, okay? And do that again. Take the right foot, cross over, 1, 2, and 3, and 4. It's just like what those two guys were doing. The Zorba the Greek, that's what it's called. 3 and 4 and 1, 2, 3 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sometimes it really helps to take count of what you're doing when it comes to choreography. Okay, 2 and 3 and 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4 and 1, 2, 3 and 4 and 1, 2 and 3 and 4. We're going to get the drum beat going right now. Okay. Now you're going to start to realize when you do things together like this, there's an incredible force that's happening. And there's a beauty to it as well. Okay? Again, I'm going to leave it up to you what you want to do with the arms, but for now you can follow me. At our Bhakti Academy group, we've been working at this, right? And it's been working well. Everyone's understanding the power of everyone moving together. Some of you might have a little difficulty in going right, left, but just keep trying. Never give up. Okay. Now, we're going to incorporate the mantra with this. Okay. And I'll take the lead. Remember, we talked about Shravanam Kirtanam. So I'm the leader. And we start giving out summon slips for people who don't follow. I'm going to sing a melody that we used to sing during Prabhupada's time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Try not to look at the floor. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Remember, your feet will remain. They're not going to go anywhere. Okay? So you don't have to look down so much. Be a little bit conscious of the whole body, not just the floor or the feet. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. We're doing good. We're doing pretty good. We're staying in good form together. To the left, or sorry, the opposite. Doing okay? Try this. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama, Hare Rama. Listen to Rama. Listen to the melody. That's a big part of it. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Okay, now we'll do part 2 of this melody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay, it's beautiful, isn't it? You all look like a bunch of angels ready to fly. Okay, we've been going side by side, side this way and that way, this way and that way. Now, we're going to do something slightly different, which kind of works, okay? There's different dance steps the devotees go. This is the common one in ISKCON. Okay, here's another one which reflects a little bit what the Manipuris do. It's a little bit like this, okay? So I'll turn around. Okay, we're going to use the right leg. The left leg is a little bit like a pivot, okay? So we're going to go forward and back. So with your hands out to keep balance. Okay, step forward and then back. And forward and back. And forward and back. And forward and back. Forward and back. And forward and back. Okay, what do you do with the left foot? Yeah, you can get a little bit of a skip, a little bit of a kick, jump, kick. Okay, we're doing good. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Go, step on the beat. I'm just exaggerating a little bit. Step on the beat. Boom. 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Good. We're part 2 of the song. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Now, a nice way to use the arms. Sometimes this is really nicely done in a circle. Yeah, good. Guys, you got a little better there. On the beat. Okay, maybe it'll help to be a little bit warrior-like. Hoo. 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Very good, very good. Clap. Give yourselves a hand. Oh, now we're clapping. Okay, let's incorporate the clapping and the dancing together. The back and forth, okay? Forward and back, forward and back, forward and back, and forward and back, and forward and back, forward. Say it. Forward and back, and forward and back, forward and back, and forward and back, forward and back, forward and back. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. I'll incorporate one more move, one extra move, okay? Forward and back, forward and back, forward and back. We're gonna turn around, and forward and back, forward and back, forward and back. We're going to turn around. Yes, turn. Yeah, turn on the left-hand side. Forward and back, forward and back, forward and back. We're going to turn around, and forward and back, forward and back, forward and back. We're going to turn around, and forward and back, forward and back. We're going to turn around. Yes. Very good. I know you don't want to stop, but we're going to move along. And okay. And you know this, when we say surrender, Krishna states in the Bhagavad Gita, Sarvadharaman Parityaja. Basically, he's saying, surrender, get off your butt, and dance. Because the whole idea of surrender your whole body, not just this, you know, not just the mind, but the whole body from head to toe must be used. And this is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's specialty and his associates. They brought song and dance. They showed a new way of expressing gratitude to the Lord through dance. Any questions on this? Okay. Sometimes we like to do this and then the turnaround, we do it after a mantra's over. Okay, good. Let's go back to our seats and forward and back, forward and back, forward and back. You got to turn around, forward and back. Okay. It's nice to get a little physical sometimes, right? Okay. Okay, so that quote, instruments, we're going to instruments now. Okay, so Pradyumna Prabhu, who traveled with Srila Prabhupada as his Sanskrit editor, went around to the ladies saying, Srila Prabhupada wants you to make the ululating sound the ladies make in India. We didn't know how to do it. This is from Mahamaya, a god sister. However, we want to please Srila Prabhupada, so we tried, okay? And I took this video myself, okay? This is in Mayapur, and it's very common in Bengal and Bangladesh. Am I right? Anywhere else in India? It's very common. Okay, so it really sounds great. And it really makes your skin crawl a little bit when you hear this, especially people do this at the weddings. They do it when there's a crescendo, a buildup of the Kirtan. And the ladies do this particularly, you know. And while they do, the guys are drumming and making other kinds of noises. But let these two ladies demonstrate, okay?
Now.
Can you do it, Prabhu, for you? Because he's from Bangladesh, so you can. You can. No, wait. We first have to put a sorry on him, okay? Okay, some of the girls, with the BA, we see you're sometimes trying, but Bhakti Academy, that is, but we can do a little better job. And it really sounds, for the public, I think they really like it. It arouses them. I can see porcupines, all the pins flying in the air when they hear this.
With discretion. I mean, if you were at a yoga studio in a very meditative situation, probably not the best time, but it is actually part of our tradition. So I know it can sound, again, something that we may not have necessarily heard before, but it is a very beautiful part of our tradition, and it's very nice, especially when that crescendo happens. If there's like a abhishek happening, or it's the end of the kirtan, or the deity doors opening, it's a really nice sound.
Yes, this year in Mayapur, I'm often asked to lead the Tulsi Puja, and we're kind of way up front, and all the Bengali ladies are sort of crammed up close, and so we'll be leading, and then when it gets near the end, I just kind of run over to where the ladies are, and they do it, and it's really just wonderful. It's very arousing. Let's move along, okay? This is the responders. That's what we're dealing with here. Now we're delving a little bit into like what we're talking about here. Clapping was important to us. Harmonium, well, I must say something about the harmonium. It's not part of our tradition. It was, the harmonium was born in Western Europe, Germany or France. We get two different takes on it. But India has really taken it up, just like they have tea, British tea, and they've surpassed the British in taking it. But the mridanga in particular is an instrument we use, some certain shakers, kartals, of course. Stringed instruments are very part of our tradition, such as in Narada Muni, and Saraswati, the goddess of learning, the goddess of music. She has like an instrument, stringed instrument, much like a sitar. Okay. So now let's listen from another tradition of monks of Assisi. That's in Italy. They're just using their voices. And it's a little bit of a harmonization, but we'd like you to just close your eyes on this and just concentrate on hearing and appreciating the power of the voice without any instruments, okay? And it's all, they're expressing gratitude to the Lord. Okay. Close your eyes. Wasn't that beautiful? There was no guitars. There were no guitars or drum sets or anything like that. Very beautiful, sounding very reverential. And I think Krishna would be very pleased with the endeavors. We're going to go to Mombasa. We're going to go to the Lady Smith group, Lady Smith Mombasa. Paul Simon. Does anybody know Paul Simon? One of the best singers, Simon and Garfunkel. He came upon these fellows, and they are harmonizing. And we like you to, just listen, okay, but also follow what they're doing. And then we want to get some response from you to see what did you get out of this, okay? So there's a beautiful harmony, deep and rich. Thank you. Okay. So now I have the good fortune to go to Africa, South Africa every year for the Rath Yatra. I'll be going soon. And I get a chance to work with the Zulus, mostly the Zulu young men and women. We always have fun in the Kirtan. They have so much energy. They're made for music and dance, you know, and they're great on the stage. So what we'd like you to do is just hear from you. I know there might be quick answers with our gopher. Just tell us a little bit of what you got out of that. What did you see that we can learn from?
I mean, I don't think anybody's going to try those high kicks in the middle of Kirtan.
Yeah.
You can try it, but I don't know if that's going to happen. But in their presentation and their voices, anything that you can pick up on. Divija?
Yes.
They're very synchronized. The lead singer sang, and then they all sang together. And even the dancing, they pretty much matched each other. So you can see the unity between all of them.
Very nice. Yes.
I really like how they're wearing the same color of dress. That's what we try for Rath Yatra a lot of times.
Yes.
It gives a nice impact, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. The dress code is similar. So when we, you saw some images of the Russian girls and some of the boys there in saffron and so on. It looks beautiful. There's an incredible power there. And yes, at Rath Yatra time, we've been encouraging the dancers, some of the guys to all dress the same. And also we have Ukraine and Russian speaking ladies who dress really nice and do the dandiya, like they do in Gujarat. And it looks just so colorful, so rich, and so you just want to jump in and be part of it. Yes?
I love the mood of the singers.
Yeah.
It's completely different.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's playful even, isn't it? I can see Krishna. All right. Anything else? Yes.
Maharaj, and also there are so many people singing and they are together. It doesn't sound like yelling. It's a perfect decibel and it's not too loud and it's very pleasing to hear even though there are a lot of people together.
Right. Yeah, I appreciate that. Sometimes at Sunday feast here, Rama, Hari, okay, you're not in a rave, so take it easy, don't, a little more sattvagun approach, Mother goodness makes the Kirtan nice. Remember, we're trying to please Krishna. So these guys are famous, they've gone all over the world, and you can understand why. Okay? All right, let's move along and see what else is in store for us. Oh, this is kind of funny. This is Jayadvaita Maharaj's 10 Commandments of ISKCON Kirtan. Basically, he's giving all the things you shouldn't do, but he's making it like the 10 Commandments, like thou shalt do this. It's very laughable. Okay, great. Thou shalt chant as many tunes as thou canst think of. Yeah, we're not supposed to do that, right? Thou shalt not chant any one tune for more than 3 minutes. Thou shalt not chant the morning tune in the morning, or if thou begins with it, thou shalt change to something else. thou shalt start fast, speed up more, then stop and start over again. The more times, the better. Again, it's not what you're supposed to do. If thou art the drummer, thou shalt always set your own pace and pattern, and let the singer follow thee or go to hell. Thou shalt always chant Jai Prabhupada, Jai Gurudev, Jai Gauri, Jai all the names of the deities and any other Jais thou canst think of as many times as possible. Thou shalt always end kirtans this way. This is what you're not supposed to do. Thou shalt always add Jai Radhe to the kirtan. If thou can vary it with Jai Sri Radhe, so much the better. Radhe is there, but Krishna would have to be in. Thou shalt not let the Hare Krishna mantra take up more than 10% of the kirtan. Heaven forbid thou shouldest chant it all the way through. If thou art Indian, thou shalt try to sound like a professional bhajan singer. If thou art not Indian, thou shalt try to sound like an Indian bhajan singer. Thou shalt forget about the way Srila Prabhupada led Kirtan.
Any of you experienced that in a kirtan? Yeah.
Sometimes people do that. What is appa or whatever?
The alap, yeah, the
alap. And nobody can follow him. So what's the point? Prabhupada didn't like long notes. He also didn't like howling. They call it, he didn't like it. He just didn't like it, It's okay to hold a note, but not too long, because he did it. Okay, kirtan content.
This is the juicy part. We've gone through all the philosophy, the theoretical parts of it, and this is the part where we'll probably see more hands come up, and we do anticipate it, and we want it, we encourage it. But Maharaj coined this phrase that I always like to bring up: what you can chant, what you should not chant, and what you can get away with. Okay, so there are some things that will be in that grayish area that have become part of our culture, like the Hari Bols. Hari Bol is now not just to chant, it means to chant the name of Lord Hari, but now it's become a greeting, it's become a way to get your attention, it's become all these different things. So we'll talk about those things that fit in that gray area and what kind of discretions we can use with them. Oh, yeah.
What's cool, what's not, and what you might get away with. GBC Resolutions 2014, number 314. The Hare Krishna Maha Mantra should be the primary mantra in all ISKCON kirtans. Do you agree?
Yes.
How many people agree? Any disagreements? There better not be.
Continuing on with the resolutions.
315. Go ahead.
The chanting of the holy names of Srimati Radharani. There is a very, very clear instruction from the GBC that we all try to follow as well. The Jai Shri Radhe, Jai Radhes, at the end of the Jai Radhe, Jai Radhe, I won't sing the whole thing. Those are, we don't chant the names of Srimati Radharani by itself. It is actually not part of our Gaudiya Vaishnava tradition to ever leave Srimati Radharani away from Krishna. Krishna and Radha are always together. That's why they're together in the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra as well. Hare is another form of Srimati Radharani. So it is actually an offense to Srimati Radharani, and of course Shri Krishna as well, to chant either of their names without the other. It is too much, I would say, too much individuality. We want to keep them together. And that is the way that we worship Radha and Krishna, is together. It's never separate. Of course, different sampradayas may have that. I know if you go to Vrindavan, Shri Radhe is written everywhere. You'll hear people chant it as well. I know there's a variation now at the end of kirtans. People will sing Jai Jai Shri Radhe, and then they'll include Sham. We still try to discourage it, only because you may have the understanding, the philosophical understanding, you've passed this course, you know what it means, but not everybody else in the crowd really understands it. And so it might encourage or give license to other people to say, okay, Yeah, in ISKCON temples, you can sing Jai Jai Shri Radhe. And then, well, if you're singing Jai Jai Shri Radhe Sham, I know you can actually sing Jai Shri Radhe. And then what about Radha Raman? Because, you know, that's also Vrindavan, and it just continues on and on and on, right? So to keep it, I would say it's rather to keep it simple and not to go on with the Jai Shri Radhes. In the GBC resolution, it is specific that on Radhashtami, it is possible to sing it. But again, the whole point is, who is Srimati Radharani the happiest when we're honoring? We're honoring Krishna. So the Mahamantra, again, includes both of their names. So yes, you can say Jai Shri Radha, there is sanction for do that on Radhashtami, but again, we encourage wholeheartedly to refrain from it.
Follow the KISS program.
Yes.
KISS stands for Keep It Simple Sadhu. Okay?
Before actually we go on to that, I know that it can be contentious, or it can feel, well, what's the harm in singing Jai Shri Radhe? I mean, we'll encourage anybody. If you have thoughts or concerns, please share them. It's a learning experience for everybody. And if we can help clarify a bit more, or we can discuss it further, that would be helpful. But does this kind of make sense so far?
Is that okay? Again, once you start to divert, there's no end to it. And before you know it, everything is watered down, diluted, and then we forget, well, did Prabhupada really encourage it? And answer is no. So since we're all of his Nugas, Prabhupada Nugas followers, we stick to what he wanted us to do. All right? Shows our loyalty.
I think even in Marjan in Vrindavan, when people would greet Srila Prabhupada, Jai Shri Radhe, Srila Prabhupada would respond, Hare Krishna.
That's right. That's right.
Which is a nice example that, yes, everybody else can be following what they're doing, but Srila Prabhupada was very clear, Hare Krishna. Yes, there's a question over here.
It's a comment. I think I've heard in some lectures before that the reason we don't chant Radharani's name is because it's supposed to be a secret. That's why it's kind of like hidden within the Mahamantra.
Yes, I've heard the same thing as well, that it's so precious that it's not something that is easily given out in one sense. So to almost, a bit harsh of a thing to say, but you know, chanting Srimati Radharani like that so openly is kind of almost cheapens it, right? And unfortunately cheapens Srimati Radharani, which we never want to do.
Over here.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, Mataji, just to add to the thought, if Shukdev Goswami...
Can you speak up a little bit or use the mic?
If Shukdev Goswami thought of mentioning Radharani only once in the whole Srimad Bhagavatam, that too in a very secretive way, who are we to surpass that?
Absolutely.
Very good point, yes.
Right, that
sacred.
Sacred and that humility in saying Srimati Radharani's name. So again, it is very easy to be swayed by it because we see many public kirtan leaders, and public I mean in the sense of we see their recordings and videos and all that they do sing it. And it is not our place to go to Radha Desh Mellows or any other kirtan festival to say, Prabhu, guess what? But we can at least carry it in our hearts that like, okay, this person is doing this. I don't have any influence on them, but I know that if I were to lead kirtan or if I'm in that position, I'm really not going to sing it, and I can encourage others to do so in a loving way for those who you can speak to.
We've got grand finales and kirtan fillers. This has become very popular now. I joined in 73, and our kirtans were simple. And then in 74, devotees went to India. They went to the grand opening of the Krishna Balaram Mandir, and they came back with Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Well, Prabhupada never taught that. That's all, just to let you know. Devotees have picked up these habits from different mandirs around Vrindavan, and who knows, especially by Govardhan Hill, there's all kinds of upper sampradayas, you know, people we don't even know what their practices are. So we just should stick to the simple, what Prabhupada has given us. So everyone's heard, Gauranga, okay. Gauranga, Nityana, Gauranga, okay. Yeah, what can I say? Nityananda Ram, another one. Nitai, 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 Gauranga. You've heard that before? And Gaura, Gaura, Gaura Hari. And Nitai Gaur Haribol. Gaur Nityananda Bol. Haribol, Haribol. Jai Sachinandana, Jaya Sachinandana. Jai Radhe Radhe Govinda, Govinda Radhe. Hare Krishna. Sorry, it might hurt your feelings, but Prabhupada didn't give it to us. And so be careful, because if we go off into these tangents, you're entering into some danger zones. Other people will pick up on it and, oh, I got a favorite thing. I've got a catchy little tune here. I'll do my own little formula. So Prabhupada said, he gave us Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Shri Gaura Bhakti Vrinda. And then Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So we should stick to that. It works. All right. Yes, question? Yeah, Prabhupada's saying that. Yeah, he's saying that. Yeah. Yep. Krishna, 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 Krishna,
Yes.
Krishna, Krishna. Hey, Krishna, 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 Krishna. Okay, and to go on that one also, Mahaprabhu saying, and so Prabhupada specified what was okay, right?
Yeah. I would say, again, the whole kirtan can't be like the 10 commandments. It shouldn't be that the Mahamantra is 10%, right? You can sing those as kind of like little kind of, if you need to get everybody's attention back again, that might be something. But yes, Govinda Jaya Jaya is something that Srila Prabhupada did sing himself. And I think there's also Yamuna Devi too. She also sings.
Yes, she
Yes.
did. Along with Prabhupada.
Yes.
Right with him, yeah. Okay, from the Kirtan standards. Okay. In spite of the fact that these are holy names of the Lord, ISKCON devotees should not indulge in this type of Kirtan because it was disapproved of the founder Acharya of ISKCON. What do you say about that? Okay. Are you with us? Yes? Okay. The thing is, they add these things without asking, and that is the danger. It is better to just follow the Guru. That's from Hari Sari's diary. Okay, October the 6th. Okay, would you like to?
That is not done by the acharyas. Therefore, better to stick to Hare Krishna and to Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda. Otherwise, just like the Sahajiyas, they have invented Nitai Gaura Radhe Shyam Hare Krishna Hare Ram. These things will come gradually, but they are not approved. They are called Chara Kirtan, means concocted Kirtan.
On the morning walk in Mayapur, 75. Next.
I was going to say, if you look at this concocted, unfortunately, Kirtan, Nitai Gaur, Radhesham, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, technically, like, those are all names of the Lord, right? I mean, we see Nitai Gaur, or we chant that in the Panchatattva Mahamantra. Part of the Mahamantra is there with Hare Krishna and Hare Ram. So it sounds okay. But the thing is, again, what Srila Prabhupada is focusing on is that this is a concocted Kirtan. So it doesn't have the syllables. There's actual rhythm and reason to why the Hare Krishna Mahamantra is built the way it is. I attended a class by Mahatma Prabhu many years ago, and he said, what if like the Mahamantra was peanut butter, jelly, jelly, peanut butter. It doesn't sound like, I mean, if you had to keep chanting that, it's not actually very pleasing to the heart or the mind, and very easy to sway off of it. But when we chant our japa or we chant in the kirtan, there's never a sense of, oh, this is kind of boring. When is this going to end? Unless you yourself are tired. But there is actual sweetness in the way that the Mahamantra is. So it's not the Mahamantra is not concocted in that way. It is built the way that it is, so that it allows us to delve deeper into the Mahamantra, or delve deeper into the sound vibration. And it's not something silly like peanut butter jelly. And in the same way, yes, Nitai Gaur Radhesham Hare Krishna Hare Ram, again, has all the names of our deities and are bona fide in that sense. But at the same time, when they're strung together like this, it's just concocted. It's not coming from an acharya. It's not coming from some type of spiritual development or advancement. So again, when we hear some of these bhajans that are now becoming more and more famous in kirtans, it is hard to hear, but at the same time, we can also find solace that Srila Prabhupada did not give us something that was invented. Rather, it's something that comes from the Sampradaya.
Okay. Why don't we chant Coca-Cola, 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 Cola. Oh, this is from Chaitanya Swami at a seminar. Govinda Bolo Hari Gopala Bolo, concocted. Radharani ki jai. I'm just singing it the way they sing it. Radharani ki jai, Maharani ki jai. Is that pretty much the way it goes? Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Bol. Hare Krishna.
So
We
again,
don't do it. We don't do it.
yeah, these are very much, again, very popularized, very familiar if you're coming from an Indian background, but they are actually concocted bhajans and do not have the backing of our sampradaya.
And they also don't have the same potency.
Yes.
For that reason. Okay, well, yes.
Just a doubt. So, if anybody chants, can you please? Please. If anybody chants even one of these mantras in the public, so is this offense in any kind of way or not an offense? Like the doubt which I have is, as you mentioned, those are the name of Lord, right? So if I speak it, is it offense in any way or not an offense?
Well, it's offensive in the sense that you're deviating from what our acharyas, what our gurus have given us. So if you're just concocting something and, it's a deviation and we just try to avoid that, yeah. And we've got enough mantras. The Maha Mantra, for instance, works. It's very powerful. What is the need for diverting to other things, right? So the idea is that you try to follow, follow some mentor, like a guru, instead of making up your own stuff. It's not like a free-for-all. That's the way we look at it. And then going back to the driving course, you can't make up your own rules, if there's an arrow pointing right, you go right and say, I think I'll do something different. I think we'll get a bang out of it. Literally, So just the idea is to follow, They have a saying in the armed forces, lead, follow, or get out of the way. What do you think about that? Lead, follow, or get out of the way. Hare Krishna. Anybody else?
Hare Krishna. Mata, you had shown earlier, that private kirtan, right, in a public, and there is we do in home program, for example, which is like a private setting, right, not in a temple, not in a public. So there also we should do the same standard that Prabhupada has given here, or we can have a little bit different, because I see there it is a little different than what is in the temple.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, again, in a home program, you probably have the liberties to sing a more complicated bhajan that's from our Vaishnava songbook. So like some of the Bengali bhajans are a bit harder to follow, or they're very long, that may not work in a temple program. So that's a great place to do that. I think what ends up happening is that there are probably more liberties taken, unfortunately, in home programs or closed programs because we think that it's not so public. But with the lovely Instagram, Facebook, social media, not many things remain private anymore, right? So I think maybe I can pose it as a question more when we see these things, is that yes, it's a home program, so I get to do whatever I want. Or again, it's not in the temple, so like, is Srila Prabhupada not looking? But I think what I would add to it is that whether you're in the temple or you're at home, you're still representatives of Srila Prabhupada, right? Like if I think of, I came from a bhakti vriksha. That's how I came into Krishna consciousness. And in those bhakti vrikshas, which are just like smaller gatherings, if they started singing different things, because again, it's a closed event and no one else is going to be there, no one's going to hear us, and Bhakti Marg Swami's not there to tell us anything, you could do that, but it still changes the heart, right? It still allows for that consciousness to seep in, that, okay, I can sing whatever I want at home, and I have different, rules for myself at home, but in the temple, okay, yeah, I'll just sing Mahamantra, it's fine. You can do that, but I would question what that changes for your own consciousness, right? That if I'm doing this kind of like duality of like doing something, one thing in the temple and thinking one way, but at home I think a different way. Yeah, I think it's a bit hypocritical, I guess. So I think you can have the chance to say delve deeper into bhajans and do a bit more of those complicated kirtans because you're with a group of people who can follow those complicated kirtans, for example. But I think the essence of what Srila Prabhupada is saying should not be changed between the two places. Marches, is that on this?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you're like a committed devotee, especially if you've taken Diksha, your guru would like you to do what Prabhupada wants. Simple as that. Yeah. Okay? And we can try to avoid the other stuff. At some public venues, you might... I've been in yoga groups and they do stuff in English and, let's say they'll sing like, I open myself up to the oneness, blah, blah, blah. And I'll sing with them. And because I don't want to say I'm out of the party, I don't want to be a party basher. And there's really nothing wrong with it so much. But we always end up with a Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And any places where I've gone to, everybody loves that the most. All the yoga groups, whether you've got a Mayavadi tint to your philosophy, they just love the Mahamantra the most. So no need to divert. Let's move along.
Does that help, Prabhu?
Yeah. Hare, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, make it quick. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. It's just a personal doubt. We have a lot of bhajans by Srila Bhakti Siddhanta.
We have a lot of what?
We have a lot of bhajans by Bhakti Vinod Thakur and Srila Narottam Das Thakur, but Prabhupada never chanted all of them. So in that case also we are supposed to follow what only Prabhupada has chanted, or we can go for the other bhajans also?
Yeah, Prabhupada encouraged us to sing all of by the great acharyas. We could sing all of them to your heart's content. But I'd suggest if you're going to Young and Dundas Square, it might not be very effective. So like in public situations. Better to stick to something that people can get involved in, right? Yeah, all these bhajans are fine, not a problem, because they're done by the acharyas. We're talking about things that have been created by people outside of our sampradaya. Okay, let's move along, and Nirmal, it's your turn.
Regarding the Radhesham chanting which you have heard, it's not very good in our temple. Strictly Hare Krishna chanting should be given more importance. There is no harm in this mantra you have heard, but it is not very important. Srila Prabhupada, letter to Malati, January 28th, 1967.
Prabhu, I was hoping that this would come up soon. I think this kind of also helps. You were asking about, is there an offense? I think this is kind of helpful in that sense, that there's no harm in the mantra that you've heard, because like you said, it's much better than singing or hearing Taylor Swift, for example, though people would argue. But but there's no harm in the mantra.
Don't come and dress like her.
Yes, exactly. But it is not very important in comparison to the Mahamantra. I hope that helps a little bit too.
There are many such common songs composed by common devotees out of sentiment, but our principle is to stick to the authorities and always remember that Hare Krishna is the prime authorized mantra. Srila Prabhupada, letter to Malati, January 28, 1969.
Jai Haribol. Jai Bhakta Prahlad, question mark. There are also gradations of devotees who are calculated as greater or lesser. When a devotee is great, he is called Prabhu. And when he is lesser, he is called Bhakta or a devotee. So we don't need to chant Jaya Bhakta Prahlad, Jaya Bhakta Prahlad. It's not a lesser, Prahlad is not a lesser devotee, he is one of the Mahajans. Is that okay? Does anybody here sing that? Bhakta Prahlad? Okay. Too many Jais. Kirtans should not go on and on with many Jais. Jai this, Jai that. Jai every name the lead singer can think of. It is suggested that the name of every deity be chanted once only. Their names are already included in the Mahamantra, so chanting of the deities' names is in one sense superfluous. Is that okay? Yes.
Then why do we have at the end of Narsimha Arti, Jai Narsimha Dev, Jai Prahlad Maharaj, if it's all inclusive?
Yes, that's true. I mean, I never chanted. Prabhupada didn't chant Jai this, Jai that. So I just follow what he did. So when you look at the Bhakti Academy, they say optional Jai, you know. So I don't do it because he didn't do it. If you want to do it, it's not a big mistake. Main thing is that you know you're pointing at Narasimha and Prahlad because you've been singing about them, and so that's the mood is appropriate. But generally we don't do that. And also we chant Jai Prabhupada. Why? Because he's an exception. You know, we're trying to establish him sometimes with great difficulty, that he's the guru for everybody. And so we stick to that. But again, you're supposed to stick to the Maha Mantra as much as you can, and all the other jais just take up all this extra space. So we try to avoid.
Can I ask one more question? So in our, like say we have a small altar at home, then also there is no point, if we just do Hare Krishna, that is inclusive of all the deities. We don't need to do individually everyone.
Well, like I mentioned, there was Lokanath Swami who was with Prabhupada, and they went to the different altars. And Maharaj had asked Prabhupada, is it okay to just address the deity's name, you know, as you go along? And he said, yeah, it was okay. But the point is, don't go on Jai everybody, Jai this, Jai Donald Trump, Jai, you know. I mean, just keep it KISS, you know, keep it simple, stupid program, and just stick to this Maha Mantra. It's good enough, you know. And you know, I just try to keep it simple. I don't do Haribols or anything like that because Prabhupada didn't do it.
I think it's one of those things that Marge was talking about, like, it's probably what you can get away with. Should you do it all the time? Yeah, maybe there's a place and time for it. Do you have to do it every time? No. It is not like, it's not an offense if you don't say Jai, Gaurnitai, Jai, Radhikishore. If you just ended, you know, did Mahamantra and said Jai Prabhupada at the end, that's also fine. I know I've gotten some looks from people if I didn't sing Gaur Arti at 6 o'clock, but it was like also a big program. And so many people came up to me and said, you need to sing Gaur Arti. I'm like, I know, but there's no screen anywhere. So we're going to sing Mahamantra. And it was, oh my gosh, we're going to sing Mahamantra for Gaur Arti. It's still, you know, like what I'm trying to allude to is that like, there's no hard and fast rules with that specifically, that both are, you know, if you don't end with Jaya, because again, we're so used to it, or we don't end our kirtan with Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, it kind of feels like, oh, maybe I didn't do it. I don't think there should be any feeling like that. You could literally end with a Mahamantra and just end there, or as Marj does with the Nishinga Pranam, he ends with the last part of the Nishinga Pranam and doesn't say Jai, Nishinga Dev Jai Prahlad Marj, and you're not doing an offense by not doing so.
Yeah, you won't go to hell.
Guaranteed.
Okay.
Chanting Jai Gurudev. How many of us have heard chanting Jai Gurudev in kirtans?
Oh my God.
Oh, sorry. You had a question. My
I had
apologies.
a question about the previous slide, Maharaj. Some initiating spiritual masters, they, might say Nitai Gaura Hari Bol at the end. So would singing something like that be counted as you can get away with it, or is it like something?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's
That's
like,
right. That's right.
Yeah.
And again, it's just something that Prabhupada didn't do. So that's why he made a disclaimer in the beginning. Yeah. So again, what's cool, what's not cool, or what you can get away with. Those are our themes here.
It's also become very much part of our culture. It's kind of hard to get away with, but now that we have the philosophical understanding, okay, this is where Srila Prabhupada was on it, maybe I'll reduce a bit of how much I sing it, right? Or I don't have to feel like, oh, yes, I have to sing it, and if I don't sing it, then this whole half hour that I've been singing is gone to the garbage, and I'm not going to get any spiritual benefit of it. I would say, like, yeah, it's just become part of our culture, but we can still understand the basis of what Srila Prabhupada gave us. We were talking about Jai Gurudev. How many of us have heard it in a kirtan? Yeah. It's a lot. I'll just read the quote here. This is impersonalism. As soon as we offer obeisances to Guru, the name should be there. We are strictly personalists. The Sahajas, they write glories to Guru. Why you are learning this impersonalism? Who has taught you? Daily, I am offering obeisances to my Guru by vibrating his real name, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati. Otherwise, it is impersonal. So that's a pretty heavy one, or a very strict one.
Yeah, that's right.
That, again, it's become part, I think Jai Gurudev has almost become part of the Jayas that we all do. So we do Jai Gaurnitai, Jai Radhakirti Gopinath, Jai Jagannath Baladev Subhadra, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Gurudev. And again, you get into that same process. But Srila Prabhupada is also highlighting the fact that this is actually quite impersonal, because we're not actually chanting the name of our spiritual master or our guru in this case. Now, is there a place to do that in Kirtan? There is. For Vyasa Pujas, so the celebration of your spiritual master's appearance day or birthday, for a colloquial term there, GBC does allow you to say Jaya at that time. It is allowed. But again, as Marge was alluding to before, I think your spiritual master, whoever he may be, or he or she may be, hopefully she soon, he or she may be, that they would want you to honor Srila Prabhupada and honor the Mahamantra first and foremost. So there is sanction for it to be done, because that is a very specific event of Vyasa Puja, or again, the celebration of the appearance day of the spiritual master. But it doesn't really have a place in regular kirtans, because again, who are you talking about when you say Jai Gurudev? I don't know who your spiritual master is. I mean, I'll probably say Jai to them anyways, but I don't know who you're speaking about. And again, we are personalists, not impersonalists.
After Prabhupada passed away, we had 11 people who were initiating. And we were it was almost like forced upon, compulsory to chant their names of all the gurus. Jaya this pod, Jaya that pod, Jaya this pod, Jaya that pod. And so, we lost space for chanting in the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So it was decided, thank God we have a GBC body that regulates those things. Otherwise, you actually have fanatics, running the movement, and oh, my guru is the best. My guru. Have you ever heard that before? My guru. My guru. What about everyone's guru? Wouldn't that be a little better? So Prabhupada being the founder acharya, we stick to saying Jai Prabhupada. He kind of let it go, let it slide, let it happen, to say, during his time. But, if we just give a license to certain events, everyone's going to pick up on it. Oh, we did it at that event, now we'll do it. Because people are kind of, what shall I say, stupid, dull, gullible, Hare Krishna. There's this film, when I was walking across Canada, my support guy says, we have to see, we have to see, what's those guys from England? Monty Python and the life of Brian. So the life of Brian was considered to be the Messiah, and there he is, and everyone would chase after him. And at one point, he in running, he lost his shoe. So then people saw his shoe there. No, we have to lose. Everyone started to lose their shoe because they thought that that's what the acharyas, the Messiah, is doing. So we shouldn't go on blindly. That's why we have this course here, to let you know, conscious kirtan, what the standards are. We're going to move along. Okay, everyone's okay on this Jai Gurudev thing? Yeah, Prabhu. Run. In the back.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. So Maharaj, it was mentioned here that we should not change the bhajan or any kirtan. So in Guru Vandana, we have sometimes seen that Prabhu koro doya deho more padachaya. So sometimes we say Prabhupada koro doya deho more padachaya. So is it fine?
I don't do it. Why should we?
Because in that it is also mentioned that's Lokanath Lokera Jivana. So that's the name of spiritual master of Narottam Das Thakur. So if we can do it, so is it right or not right?
I just follow the translation as it's given and stick to that.
Okay.
There's no one specific there. There isn't anybody specific in the song, right? It's,
Yep.
it's generic.
I think it takes away from the bhajan itself. Like Guru Vandana, yes, it is. It is Narottama Das Thakur speaking about
Lokanath Maharaj.
Lokanath. Sorry, I was like Lokanath. But I don't think that takes away from the meaning that, or the fact that we're chanting it for Srila Prabhupada or a spiritual master. I don't think it takes it away from that. I think that's what it is. It also happens with Ki Bajaya, Gaurarti. Many people will sing, if you look on KKS Songs, which is a website that many devotees use to follow along. Gaur Arti and also Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu. That bhajan as well, there's another verse, but we never sing that verse. So I would follow the Vaishnava songbook that we have. And there, again, as much as we're saying personalism, I don't think it has to be that personalist that we have to go, okay, well, my spiritual master's name is this, so I'm going to change it to that. Because I don't think any of our spiritual masters would be quite happy with it. I think they're happy with the way that it's sung. But it does bring up the point that, yes, there are some deviations with how bhajans are sung, especially a lot of the Bengali bhajans, because again, it does come from other traditions. But I would say that the best resource is to look at the Vaishnava songbook, because that has been conducted by, or it has been compiled by disciples of Srila Prabhupada and includes his instructions. So those are the ones that we can follow along with how it's been presented. But good question.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Next.
This was the next quote, Marge. Do you want to go over this one?
You do not sing Jai Guru Dev. The word Guru Dev is impersonal. It can mean anyone. If you want to indicate your spiritual master, you call him by name. So it's Jai Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. Everyone okay with that? Or high five. Okay. Next. Go ahead.
Chanting Haribol. Srila Prabhupada expressed some displeasure about the chanting of so many different mantras. They can chant their Nitai Gaura Haribol. He said, but it will chant, I will chant Hare Krishna and go back home, back to Godhead. Perhaps we had understood the translation of Haribol, then we would have known what to do. Remembering Mayapur Festival, March 18th, 1973.
Prabhupada said, Nitai Gaura Haribol is alright, because they are bona fide names of the Lord. But the real point is that we should strictly follow only what the acharyas have given. This is the process. He said that the acharyas only chant all 5 names of the Panch Tattva, not just 2. Harisuri Diary, September 6th, Vrindavan.
Hare Krishna. At midday arti, some devotees were singing over the microphone a mantra glorifying Sitaram. Ragapati Raghava Raja Ram, Patita Pavana Sitaram, see, etc. They were also chanting some other mantras. Srila Prabhupada sent me into the temple with the message that they stop. He wanted them to simply chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, since it automatically includes Lord Ram. He said that other mantras were not necessary. That was not, Ram Navami, my God, look at. All right? All right. We generally sing 2 songs. One is Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda. Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. This is bona fide. It is also mentioned in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, and it is accepted by the acharyas. The other, of course, is the Maha Mantra. I'm glad we fixed that that typo. I used to say Mama Mantra. Okay. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. From the Srimad Bhagavatam, 8th canto. Next. We may also sing the songs of Narottam Das Thakur. That's your question, right? Bhakti Vinod Thakur and Lochana Das Thakur. But these 2 songs, Sri Krishna Chaitanya and the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, are sufficient to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Hare Krishna. Go ahead.
Authorized songs means the songs which were sung or composed by self-realized acharyas. It is an injunction in the Vaishnava regulations that unauthorized songs or statements should never be heard. The comparison is given that milk, although very nutritious food, if it is touched by the tongue of a serpent, it acts like poison. Srila Prabhupada, letter to Shyamasundar, February 25th, 1970.
Okay.
So on these bhajans that we just read, many times we hear bhajan, sung by non-devotees, and they are very melodious, feels melodious, pleasing to ears. And if you sing in our parampara, they may not be very melodious. So which tune we should be singing to Maharaj?
Which tune?
Yeah.
Melody?
Yeah.
Try to stick to the acharyas, if you can know what has been sung in the past, stick to that.
Okay.
Say, for instance, a lot of devotees hear melodies, they're coming from Bollywood.
No, yeah.
I was once with a bus full of like a Punjabi group. We took a trip from Brampton all the way to Ottawa during Diwali time. And we went into one of those special rooms, and someone started, there's like 100-year-old wallpaper, super wonderful in one room. Some of our people started to put tape on them and put decorations, and somebody goes, no, you can't do that. There's 100-year-old wallpaper, it's there. It's preserved, can't do that. So anyways, this was at a time when we were waiting for Paul Martin and I'm trying to remember Joe Clark. Do you remember some of those people? They were coming and they were having a discussion about the banks, merging with the banks. In Canada, they decided we would not merge like they did in America. And so the meetings went on late. We were waiting for the dignitaries to come. And so finally, while waiting, some people were doing bhajans, and one person was doing the da 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 da. You know what I'm talking about? So I asked, Prabhu, what are they singing, It's a ghazal or it's a love song. He said, because our devotees use that melody to the Maha Mantra. Now the problem with when you're doing these love songs and applying the Maha Mantra to it, it reminds you of the love scene. Or maybe it could remind you of a bedroom scene. Did anybody see the film? What was that one? The big one of explosion. What was it called? Oppenheimer. So they quote from the Bhagavad Gita in there, and it's during a bedroom scene. And of all times, why? They have to be like that. And so that's the problem. Whenever sannyasis was singing the Maha Mantra to the Yellow Submarine with Ringo Starr. We all live in a yellow submarine, And so you say, Hare Krishna, Krishna. So as soon as you hear that tune, then you think of the Yellow Submarine. And you think of the Beatles and all that, which is pretty innocent. So the thing is, let's get melodies that are coming from the source. And it would be nice if somebody could make that a project. And you only need about 7 melodies, and interchange them to make your life happy, And there were some that we sang during Prabhupada's time. And there's no need to invent too many new ones. So does that help out? I think it touches on something while we're doing it. Okay, let's move on to the next. Would you like to read one? Come. Rajasuya. You're just reading this.
Okay.
Thank you. This is Rajasuya. He brought me a suitcase so I can fill it up for my next trip.
Hare Krishna. So I'm reading, if one actually wants to derive the effects of chanting, one must strictly follow the great acharyas. This is confirmed in the Mahabharata. Mahajano yena gatasya panta The real path of progress is that which is traversed by great acharyas and authorities.
Good, thank you. And from the CC, purport.
Yes.
Thank you, bravo. This is how deviation starts. Somebody puts in their own concocted thing, and then somebody else comes and adds some more concoction to it, and with time it becomes a complete distortion. Okay? So stick to, what it has been. It's fine, it works. Once you start doing your own thing, once you become liberal and lenient, it spoils the whole thing. Has anybody ever had halava and somebody thought that the salt was the sugar? You ever had that before? So everything looks good, The water is great, the semolina is great, but the salt didn't work out. So don't spoil. Okay, next. Okay, if one does not follow the 4 recognized disciplic successions, his mantra or initiation is useless. Next. A case for inclusivity. Okay, here we go.
This is, I think, our final section that we're going to go through. So if there's, we'll have some time to ask questions afterwards too, but I'm just mindful of time too. Are there any burning questions from that last section? All right, so no Jai Shri Radhes, thank you.
We're doing good.
Case for inclusivity.
Find a way to engage everyone. Pull them in. Inclusivity is healthy for body, mind, and spirit. Get that body moving.
Body moving, body moving, body moving. We be body moving, body moving, a body moving, body moving, body moving, body 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 body. Body moving, body moving, A1 sound and the sound so soothing. Body moving, we be getting down and we're moving. Body moving, A1 sound and the sound so soothing. Body moving, we be getting down and we're moving. Now let me get some action from the back section. Anybody rocking, not perfection. Rock moving, but don't slip with this. And let your spine unwind, just take a risk. I wanna do the break it, break now. Tell me, party people, is that so wrong? There's only y'all. Get off the floor, have a ball, and get involved with body moving, A1 sound and the sound so soothing. Body moving, we be getting down and we're moving. Body moving, A1 sound and the sound so soothing. Body moving, we be getting down and we're moving.
Hare Krishna. All right, great. Purity is the force. Our devotional practice and purity shall be so strong that wherever we chant, there will be immediately an impression in the audience for devotion to Krishna. Letter to Tamal Krishna, October 30th, 69. We can attract people by some gorgeous show, but inside there must be strict purity and seriousness. Otherwise they shall be attracted by the gorgeous show only. Letter to Mother Dwisha, July the 8th, 1972. An intelligent disciple just takes whatever his spiritual master provides for him, considering that to be sufficient. There are many names of God you can chant, but it's best to take what comes in disciplic succession and what the spiritual master introduces. Srila Prabhupada and his disciples in Germany.
This is the final video that we have, and it is a very nice.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So what's we could do? Yeah, we have a little time. So we're just going to see this little element that we haven't touched yet, in terms of how you present yourself during Kirtan. But after that, we can use this space here in the temple room. Half of you will split you up, and you can make a Kirtan that is with all the things that you must do right, okay? And down the conference room where you kind of get away with it, a group of you can start a Kirtan and do everything that's wrong, okay? Then we'll assemble together here and we'll have a demonstration of the wrong and the right. Is that okay? we'll just have a little fun with that. Okay, let's go for this little last.
Smile, though your heart is aching. Smile, even though it's breaking. When there are clouds in the sky, you'll get by. If you smile through your fear and sorrow, smile and maybe tomorrow you'll see the sun come shining through for you. Light up your face with gladness. Hide every trace of sadness. Although a tear may be ever so near, that's the time you must keep on trying. Smile, what's the use of crying? You'll find that life is still worthwhile if you just smile. That's the time you must keep on trying. Smile, what's the use of crying? You'll find that life is still worthwhile if you just smile.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
So what we'll do is we'll break up the room. We'll do what we said we were going to do because we have a little extra time, which is great. We'll take a group, and you stay up here and show us, demonstrate what is a good kirtan, okay? You got like 15 minutes to get it together, okay? And then for those who are, mess up kirtan, the contaminated one, all the things that are wrong you can incorporate. So I guess we can volunteer. Maybe we should just put the room in half, or how many people want to do a good kirtan? Good kirtan? Look, everyone wants to do a bad one. Okay, how many people want to do a bad kirtan? Okay, so let's get you guys over here. Let's go over to this room here, okay? Right on this side here. And we do have to put some restrictions on the time. Okay, so we'll need a second mridanga, to make this work. All the bad kirtan people are, hey, that's bad. You're getting started off really good. Sheesh. Okay, so for the bad kirtan people here, okay, so I definitely need somebody to lead.